Hi. Hey. It's skycat.live. What's up, guys? It's 1:03 p.m. on a 9/21/2024. That's a September 9/21, 2024. It's a Saturday, September 21st, 2024, 1:03 p.m. And I am Skycat Live. Now, today I will be playing some WoW Hardcore, some Final Fantasy 11 Horizon Hardcore, and some EVE Online. And I was kind of the victim of circumstance the last couple of days. Has some come up in the real life. My family purchased a freezer, and this facilitated. We own a couple of storage containers that are full of just random stuff that my parents got for cheap, like, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago. And in the storage containers, they use them for all of their stuff. And while my stepfather is not a hoarder, he is a material possession guy. He has so much stuff. It's, I mean, none of it's really worth too much. It's just like, but it is like kind of like, I guess he is sort of a hoarder, but he keeps it constrained to the to the storage locker. And so we had to move all this stuff in the storage locker today from like 9 in the morning until like 1 p.m. Well, yesterday too. Yesterday I was out for 6 hours. I've been walking almost every day. I didn't do it today or yesterday because I've been doing hard physical labor for my family, but yesterday, for like 5 hours, we moved stuff around, or I'm sorry, yeah, it was yesterday. Yep, and we moved stuff around. We moved we moved a couple of shelves and all these masonry jars and all these boxes and stuff, all the way about 200 yards well, not 200 yards. It's like, I don't know, 75 yards, something like that, down the way, to a different like storage shed, and then we're installing, and then we removed the stuff that was in the way, and then there's men coming today sometime in the next 4 or 5 hours that will be bringing an old crappy $100 freezer for us that my parents bought, and it's going to be installed in the storage locker, and so I have to help them do that. So coming up sometime in the next 1 to 4 hours, I will be having I will stop the stream entirely, and I will pause the recording while I go deal with that. And I mean, I've got like a big wet patch on my shirt. You probably can't see it because of the camera and stuff, but I got a big wet patch on my fucking shirt because I've been working solid, like hardcore, like hard labor basically for like 4 hours and stuff. Now I'm gonna do a 12-hour stream or 14-hour stream depending on how, like, what time I'm able to go to bed. And so on that note, I'm going to drop it off the big face. I just wanted to say hello and warn you guys that coming up here at some point is a real life distraction that could arrive as soon as now, or it might be in 3 hours. I don't really know, but I may have to kill this stream as early as in like 10 minutes or something. I don't really know. But then I will be back for the rest of the evening. I meant to go crack a beer real quick because I just got done with like fucking 4 hours of fucking labor in the sun and shit, and I feel like I deserve a goddamn beer. I think I really do. So I'll be right back. I'm having my last beer here. Another one? No. That's all right. Read through 12 beers right quick. Like 3 days or something like that. About 4 a day. So, yep. And so that was an interesting day. And yesterday, after all of the stuff that I did yesterday was an even harder day in the real life, which is like, I don't see it coming. They can warn me, but I don't really know what it's like to go. I mean, I know what it's like, but I still struggle with going from a 14-hour day sit down schedule with only like maybe an hour or two of walking every day, to like doing the 14 hours or whatever 12-hour fucking schedule on top of like physical labor and doing stuff for 3 or 4 hours in the real life, like helping somebody move or something like that. And I'm getting used to it over the 2 or 3 years of being a streamer. But it always does sort of conflict with my lifestyle sometimes. I'm still getting used to the bumps in the road and all that. So today we'll have a bump in the road, and I'm just warning you guys coming up. And I try to do this the day before. I try to warn everybody on the stream that there's going to be a real life distraction that takes me away from my job. I try to do it like the day before because there is people. I try to warn people the day before because there is people who tune into this stream every day, and I want to say thank you guys. I love you. And so I try to warn you that the distractions or the fallout are coming. But this time around, I didn't really see it coming. I didn't really feel like I got the warning. And while it was there, I didn't really understand how much work it was actually going to be. It was like 9 hours of work or something like that. and it just kind of threw me for a loop. So there we are, and that's what's happening, and that's that's what's going on in my life. I'm gonna drop it off the big face now. I'm just talking, So anytime now we'll have like a distraction again, but I would like to get to work, and I've got some content picked out for today that we're gonna be doing. There's one that's near and dear to my heart that we're gonna watch on YouTube by Andrew Callahan and Channel 5 News, that talks about the Venezuelans in Colorado and how they are, potentially taking over, apartment complexes in Aurora, which is ridiculous, by the way. Complete right-wing propaganda lie. Now, no, sorry, it wasn't a lie, but it only happened like 2 times, and they act like these people came in and are like holding an apartment complex hostage. No, it was actually a criminal landlord, slumlord like Trump, and he like stopped accepting rent, and he just stopped telling anybody what was happening. And that apartment complex in Aurora, he's famous for it. He's a foreign slumlord, is what they're calling him. And he no-showed, and he's currently dodging like 10 felonies or something like that. And now he's in the public eye for the thing in Aurora. So, and that's what that actually turned out to be. So we have a long, hour long, like an especially long. I felt that this is Andrew Callahan's maybe best work, because it really seemed like he actually kind of got to the scene and really tried to talk to the people. And I am intensely sympathetic to the Venezuelans right now, almost more than, say, the Israel-Palestine or the Russia-Ukraine. Because those people, all that happened is the rich people took over, raised the price of rent, and drove the price of oil into the ground in Venezuela. Venezuela's always been a rich country, actually, believe it or not. You might think that because it's Latino that it might not be, but no, it was. It's always been a really rich oil country. But there's this, like, right-wing, fascist, conservative movement where they call everybody terrorists and everybody's a liar or a thief or a rapist or whatever. And it's basically just Trumpism, but in Venezuela. And the right-wing party there has like flexed its terrible Satan wings, and it's like trying to kill the country. And so all those Venezuelans have come over here, and they have asylum. And this is something else that's interesting about Andrew Callahan's video, and we'll watch all this here in a minute. But asylum is a very interesting thing, because the states in the American Union that have asylum, there's not that many. And the one state that I assumed that would have it, or well, the two, there's U.S. states that have asylum. All 49 U.S. states resettle refugees, but some states have taken in more refugees than others. The states that have taken in the most refugees in 2024 are California. Now, what does it mean by all 49 U.S. states? What does it mean by that? Isn't there 50? California, Texas, New York, Pennsylvania, and Washington. And other states that have received a significant number are Michigan, Ohio, North Carolina, Arizona, and Kentucky. And some other states that have been important gateways is of course, all these other ones. But Colorado, it's weird that Colorado wasn't really mentioned in this, but Colorado is right on the I-25, I-70 corridor from the south. They talked about it in Breaking Bad a little bit. It's a huge corridor. And it's it pretty much serves for the Western world to run north and south. The Colorado I-25 corridor is pretty much the north-south corridor for the Western Hemisphere. It's sort of insane. So all these people come up from Venezuela to Mexico seeking asylum in asylum states that will permit it. And so there's like a map of all the U.S. country, all the states in the union that actually offer asylum and stuff. And it's all these blue states. But the one that worries me the most, Vietnam, Sudan, Ukraine. Yes, we're like how the nationalities of refugees and stuff. So, but this is the nationality of the refugees. I don't worry about that. I'm talking about Yeah, so anyways, yeah, where governors stand on allowing Syrian refugees and this sort of thing. Here, this is a better example of it, right? It's weird because green is where Syrian refugees are like basically allowed by law. And Colorado is one of these states, as you can see. And so Colorado, as you can see, is like the only oasis besides Minnesota. Minnesota is the other state in the union that I think that I can relate to the most besides Colorado. Minnesota is also really a lot like us, I would say. And so, yep, I would say Texas isn't like us. They're too southern, but Colorado and Minnesota are a little bit more along the sort of the same ranchers and the same sort of lives and the same sort of upbringings and stuff. But Midwest, I would say, despite Minnesota being the Northeast, sort of, I would say it's like the North really. But you can see how it kind of fits in this whole, like, this north-south corridor between Mexico and Canada, right here between New Mexico and Mississippi and Wisconsin and Montana, right? This whole corridor is where most of what we call the illegals are coming into the country. It's usually right around this whole area. And while I do not mind, I believe in open borders. I do believe in asylum, but understand Colorado is an asylum state. But none of the other 5 fucking states in the union between us and the Mexican border, where they all jump the border, and it's not just Mexicans either. It's everybody. Everybody jumps the border. Even Venezuelans. Everybody does it, and I don't really mind it. I'd rather have an open border than try to snare them up in forever cells and stuff and all this other shit that we do. I believe in the power of people, not the power over people. And so I believe in the power of Venezuelans to make my community strong, just like I do Mexicans or anything else like this. And so now, and now you get to see that, and Andrew Callahan covers this in the video very well, but I wish to talk about it as a Colorado person. I didn't understand this until today. There's like a big red fucking line all along our border. Colorado and California aren't part of it. You can see it. California and California are not part of it, but the big red line in this country is the South, and it pretty much blocks the southern entrance to the country. You would think that they would be coming in from the east to the west, because that's where the civilizations are. They're not to the north and the south, they're to the east and the west. So you would think that California and LA would be these huge ports, and that's how they would choose to come sneaking in. But no, they chose the southern border for some reason. That's where all the coyotes are, and that's where all the people who hop the border. And so if you look at it, Colorado is safe asylum for Venezuelans, but the problem is a lot of them have to do between 4 and 8 years of entrance asylum seeking and stuff to even get legal status in this country. So what do they do for the 4 to 8 years? They start to build a life here. And where did they go? All those Venezuelans, they went to Colorado. So Andrew Callahan talked about something that I wasn't aware of. This time this year, when the Venezuelans had their election this year, the piece of shit Donald Trump, fucking right winger that's killing their country, pretty much like caused a mass exodus, and all the people left the country because there's no money to be had, and there's nothing but piece of shit right wing fucking fascists left that have reduced the dollar to nothing, and the only thing that has any money, the only currency that has any money or is worth any money in Venezuela is the U.S. dollar. And when they realized that, all the Venezuelans just moved to the U.S., which is kind of crazy. Not all of them at all, but a bunch of their prisons were sort of like emptied on the promise that those people would leave, and so those people came here. Now, I don't mind this, but this led to the xenophobic fucking shit that we heard in the election cycle, where they were like, Venezuelan gangs are taking over things in Aurora, taking over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. That is just not true. It is just not true. It was like a minor incident of a slumlord who let the entire apartment complex go to shit. That's what actually happened here. And so Andrew Callahan knew more about Colorado than I did. He talked about what happened this year when I wasn't there. Venezuelans in Celebration, Colorado, Havana, and Mississippi, right? Which is right down the street from where my best friend lives, just 5 blocks from there. And fact-checking claims about a gathering in Aurora during Venezuelans' election, right?
A crowd of thousands.
Sorry, so my sound is on the wrong thing. So I wasn't aware of this, and he brings it up in the video. We're about to watch the video, but he brings it up. He's like, crowds of thousands gathered in Aurora last weekend to see the right wing fall in Venezuela. When it didn't, when we all woke up the next day and Trump had won in Venezuela, essentially, the entire country just mass exodus, and there like in Colorado, all the asylum seekers in the South have to come to basically either California or Colorado. So a very strong Venezuelan cell moved to Colorado, which is fine. That's, they're asylum seekers, so we want them to do this. We want them to be our friends. We want them to come here. We're okay with this. And the words that I'm quoting are out of a right winger's mouth. Asylum's fine. We've always helped our friends. Asylum's a good thing, but understand they had to go through this terrible red line of hopping borders and all this shit because they have about 8 years of illegitimacy before the asylum process is even functioned, and they have to sit there for between 4 and 8 years as a technically but not illegal asylum seeker in places like Colorado where asylum seekers are welcome. Now, I learned from this video that Mark Abbott, I think his name is, the Texas governor, something Abbott, is Greg Abbott, I think it's Greg Abbott, the Texas governor is Greg Abbott, right? Yeah, Greg Abbott is the governor of Texas, yeah. Greg Abbott bans asylum, right? Essentially, asylum. So Greg Abbott is right wing, and of course, because he's a Texan, and he's now like giving illegal immigration orders to force the hospitals to turn over people's health information and stuff like this. You know, authorizing state officials to do stuff to people, and all this is sort of crazy. And so since Abbott began the program in 2022, the state has transported approximately 119,400 migrants to other states, according to figures shared by Abbott's office last week. It's not that Venezuelans took over Aurora, Colorado. It is that we asked our asylum people seeking asylum to come here and seek asylum here. We told them to do it. We said, come here, seek asylum. We will help you. We understand that your government has fallen apart, and we love the world, and we want to help you and stuff. We want the asylum seekers here. We do. But the process takes 8 years, which is something that the Republicans did on purpose, so they can just snare this whole thing up. And their hate brigade, you know, they can just snare it all up in their fucking weird like xenophobia and all this stuff. And so all of these points were brought up on the Colorado video, and this was a near and dear, video to my heart, and we're gonna do it on my stream today. I'll probably cry because this is my home. I grew up not 2 miles away from where this happened. And this is the 3rd time now that my hometown, Aurora is not my hometown. I don't like Aurora, you understand, but Aurora is just 2 miles from where I live. 2 miles, that's it. It's like 2.5 miles. And I live in Platt Park. That's only 2.5 miles from Colfax and motherfucking Chambers. East Chambers. That's East Colfax and South Chambers. It's so that would be East. That would be North Chambers. Excuse me, North Chambers, I believe it is. Crowded chamber, thousands of gathered in Aurora last weekend. So this was something that I wanted to look that he shows on the video. I want to show it before we watch the video, but here was the Venezuelan. This was a celebration of Venezuelan people at Havana and Mississippi in Denver, Colorado this year, last weekend, I believe. And we realized that Texas Texas dumped 100,000 Venezuelan immigrants on us, and they all live in Denver and Colorado, and we love them. We love our Venezuelan immigrants. I do not feel shame that you are here. We want to help our brothers and sisters in this world. We do. We like playing world global police. So if we're going to do that, we're going to help people who are seeking asylum. I stand very strong on the asylum. I believe it's a very good thing.
The election results came in.
And so the election came in, and every Venezuelan on the fucking planet heard that their country died. And you have to see what they did in Denver.
Venezuela. From the looks of
when their country died, when the right-wingers killed their country right there live on the election cycle, like they're about to do in America now, the whole world pretty much saw Venezuela die, and you're gonna see it live in real time in an American city. You're gonna see somebody looking so foreign, but they're celebrating in an American city because they all have asylum status here. They have proper immigration status. They are our beloved brothers and sisters, and the right wing speaking out against them should suck a dick. And I hope your whole fucking entire party dies. Piece of shit traitors. Fuck you and your racist fucking ideals and your propaganda.
Videos on social media.
We love our asylum seekers in this country, and I will not stand by while you besmirch them with your fucking piece of shit, good old boy, rich white Republican conservative piece of shit racism.
Yeah, it got wild.
We're talking about the ICE officials here. We're talking about racism. You understand? ICE, motherfucker, racism.
The claims being made, including by elected officials, are even wilder. Our Marshall Zellinger set out to separate fact from fiction.
This is Aurora, Colorado. It looks like a fucking Super Bowl It looks like a Super Bowl tailgate party. Bigger and better than any Broncos tailgate party I've ever seen. This is more people like who are really passionately love Venezuela, and so do I. Shout out to Venezuela. We love you. We're sorry this is happening. Fuck the right wing and fuck the dirty fascists trying to kill every country on this fucking planet. Fuck them. I hope their whole entire breed is wiped out.
Media
Your fiscal conservatism is killing this world. Fuck you. Go stockpile money more, Scrooge Warren McBuffett. Warren McBuffett. Go stockpile money more, Warren McBuffett.
Election in
with your McMansion.
Venezuela, where the crowd
go buy McDonald's and live in your McMansion more, Warren McBuffett.
Expected an autocrat to be thrown out of power.
Yeah, no, they're like, yeah, the whole world was like, oh, good, the dictator is gonna fall and Venezuela will fix. And then no, and then you're going to see the crowd go ugly. You're gonna see them understand that their country just died. You're gonna see them understand that Hitler and the right-wing forces that are killing this goddamn fucking country from his grave, essentially, and this world, had won and killed Venezuela. You know, for what? None of these people like anybody in the right wing at all. You can see it. And they're all heartbroken. And this isn't Denver. I've been in this parking lot. I have smoked weed in this goddamn parking lot. I know where this is. This is fucking Havana, Mississippi.
Aurora police believe 3,000 to 4,000 people were in this area Sunday night at the Gardens on Havana, the old Buckingham Square area in Aurora.
Buckingham Square!
Aurora.
Yeah, I love Buckingham Square. Been there many times.
Gathering that led to social media posts like this one.
You're going to see, like, oh, wait, these aren't Americans and they aren't cheering an American election, right? But they're in Denver, Colorado, right? And this was very shocking to the right wing, and I think it should be. I do not begrudge these people their nationalism any more than I do the right wing.
One from Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky.
I do not begrudge these people their nationalism. It went ugly, and they torched a fucking Target when the right wing won. You know, but that's what happens when the right wing wins and kills the world. You know, we all burn down churches and shit and fucking Targets and stuff. We can't stand when the right wing wins. It means death and decay and fucking dark ages for another 48 years. Nobody can stand it. Nobody with a brain can stand it.
Where she wrote, there were reports of assaults, thefts, and gunshots.
Yeah, gunshots in the air. They're firing off guns. They're fucking pissed because they know Venezuela just died. The right wing killed Venezuela.
In the air, a police car was shot up.
That is the way that it was conveyed to me, but I have not seen the police car.
Jurinsky showed me several text threads that she said came from Aurora police officers with images and narratives of what was happening.
Assaults, thefts, vandalism. There's multiple videos showing that.
This right-wing councilwoman is really pissed about what these people who are seeking asylum did to her fucking city. She has a right to. And I kind of am too. I'm kind of pissed that they kind of rioted and sacked the Target and all this. I'm a little bit pissed that they rioted. But I can understand it. If the right wing kills our fucking world, the right wing is killing our world, I would riot and fucking stomp in a Target too. I'm fucking so sick of the right wing killing the goddamn world. Every single country in the fucking world.
You know hear them yelling that someone just
from Venezuela to here, it doesn't matter. Like, you can see it. They have a struggle that I can relate to.
Jacked. You hear them yelling that they were just almost hit by a car.
Yeah, when you get like 5,000 people together, there's inevitable fucking casualties. It sucks. Not casualties, but problems and accidents and injuries. There just is. If you get 5,000 people together, they're going to beat the shit out of each other. That's just what happens. Especially this community.
I mean, you hear the gunshots.
This community who was just ousted out of their own country and have to go seek asylum, like the dwarves in fucking in the Hobbit, right? They have to go seek work amongst the North. Because, the dragon that is right-wing Republican fucking disaster, fiscal conservative death of the entire world. You know, Smaug the dragon wants to stuff all that gold in their billionaire bank accounts until the world dies, you know? And so, yeah, the Venezuelans are ousted out of the goddamn mountain. It's the best example that I can think of for the modern era to explain how this actually feels for them. They were ousted out of their homes and then taken to maybe a better place, which is America. But they weren't acknowledged as people here. They weren't really truly acknowledged as brothers and sisters like I do every single fucking day. They deal with this bullshit where the right wing says that they're eating cats. And I'm sorry, but these are people who were ousted by a right-wing fucking warlike regime that took over their country, killed everything that they knew, raised the prices of everything until nobody could buy anything. Sound familiar? Until the whole country basically left. And that's what will happen here too. If the rich right wing continues to steal from us here, that's exactly what will happen here in America too. Welcome to New Venezuela. It's not America anymore. It's New Venezuela. Until we get the fiscal conservatives killing this world the fuck out of power. Welcome to Scrooge McDuck's McMansion. I'm sorry, Warren McBuffett's McMansion.
In a prepared statement to clear up misinformation, Aurora police say shots were fired in the air, but no one was injured, and that an Aurora police vehicle was hit by an unknown object while driving in the area, but it is still unclear if it was related.
Somebody shot a BB gun from the back of a SUV or something. They're like, I hate pigs. Because they do. The pigs just rousted them out of their own country. They hate pigs more than I hate pigs, probably. Because the pigs just kicked them out of their fucking home like they're going to do us if the right wing wins. You know?
To this gathering.
The interim police chief called me yesterday.
Guess what happened the last time the right wing won? The last time Trump won, right? Guess what happened? I was kicked out of my home immediately. That's exactly what happened.
Spoke for roughly 15 minutes. She is the one that told me that someone had in fact been grazed by the bullet.
That is
yeah.
Not in the Aurora police statement. And before...
Okay, so I wanted to fact check what Andrew says just yesterday, I believe it was. He did this. He released this video yesterday. I wanted to fact check what he said about the Venezuelans throwing a fucking election party up there at Havana, Mississippi. I think Denver is the most amazing thing in the fucking world. If 5,000 Venezuelans can throw an election party at Havana, Mississippi, I think Denver, Colorado is the greatest place in the fucking world. I really do. I think it's the greatest place in the fucking world. I miss it terribly, and I die without it. I love you, Colorado. I am a member of a secret club, as I said on Andrew's video. I'll read what I said on Andrew's video, right? Here we go. Aurora migrant gang takeover, right? And there's like a quote unquote takeover. Takeover, right? Yeah, takeover. I said, what did I say? I said, I am part of an exclusive, prestigious club. Colorado native, baby. Thank you, Andrew, for shining light. I'm sorry to all the Venezuelans in Colorado for what you've been at here, for what you've been through for what you've been through here and at home. One of my best friends lives 5 minutes from this place over by Monaco and East Colfax. We know better. Got a lot of gangs of prostitution all over Colorado, but there's not one you could identify racially in any particular way. All the gangs are bad. Venezuelan gangs did not know. Venezuelan gangs didn't take over shit in Colorado. Poorly educated, brainwashed idiot Trumpers that like to wag the dog did. One of my best friends pointed out that on the same block there was Russian gangs seating prostitutes on every corner of East Colfax. We got MS-13, cartels, biker gangs, ranchers, good old boys, triple triad, list goes on. We've got gang units and shootings of all colors, even white boys shooting up schools and movie theaters. We've even got Daniel Larson. We've had bad art actors from every color of the rainbow in Denver. Pointing the finger at one is just propaganda, racist propaganda, and I don't appreciate it. You right-wing fearmonger xenophobe piece of shit Babs, biggest acting badly. I don't care how you spin it. Can't wag my dog, losers. Yep, they are losers too. Fuck them. Fucking losers. Goddamn right wing killing everything I know and everything that I love.
Takeover.
I'm sorry, Jesus Christ.
As we speak, heavily armed dudes are robbing someplace, and we've got madness in the streets in Aurora, Colorado. Feel fear, Colorado. Feel fear, right wing. We really believe the Venezuelans should be ousted and maybe put in the ovens or some shit or whatever this weird right winger thinks. Venezuelan gangs.
I mean, I really don't see a difference between him and Hitler. How long until the ovens, you know?
They've taken over entire apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado.
No, they
As you can
haven't.
see, this is not just a regular door. This is a recently replaced door, because right here some people came up right on this ground.
Now, notice that. Well, no. Now, Andrew will tell the tale, but this was a white dude. This was a white dude who slumlorded this place, and eventually he disallowed anybody to pay rent, shut down the office, and let it sit there for 4 months. Let all the garbage and the pests and the bed bugs and the evictions and all that stuff go, and he just disappeared to some foreign land, stole all that money, and then disappeared and let the apartment complex fall to shit. It disappeared. They even have his name. This was a white man that caused this. I know it sounds like I'm trying to spin it, but I'm just telling you the truth. This was a white man that caused this.
With some guns, extorted the inhabitants.
I mean, the white man did not cause them to shoot up the place. The white man let this place fall to shit, shut down the office, let the security go, and completely let it turn into essentially a tenement house project with no oversight, no supervision, no security, no rental office, nothing. And of course, what are these people gonna do if they see an entire apartment complex for the taking? They're gonna take it. That's what I would do.
Inhabitants put their shiesties in Nike
Put their
Tech
shiesties in Nike Tech. Yep.
shits on and went back outside.
We were helping her move out, and she had cameras in her apartment, which showed guys with guns, you know, and crowbars using to get into apartments and probably extort people for money.
The mayor of Aurora says Venezuelan gangs are overrunning apartment buildings there as part of an organized criminal effort.
Now they're gone. There's a bunch of cops here.
I tried to get to your live show, but couldn't swing it.
There's some media members like myself here.
We are live on YouTube right now on Amazing Audits.
Ustedes saben que yo estoy en tu lado, que muchas en la comunidad están en tus lados. Y sabemos que no es verdad. La gente no son completamente estúpidos.
This, you're looking at it right here. All the poverty and any of the crime that happens, and the gangs that are coming out here, all of that is because of illegal immigration.
The U.S. government...
No, you don't think white boys up in that hood smoking crack? I think you are. If you're doing it, what makes you think a white boy isn't up there smoking crack in the ghetto? You think this is entirely an illegal immigrant problem, you think? You think there isn't any white boys up in the motherfucking projects and fucking, you know, Colfax and Havana and shit? You don't think there's any white boys up in the motherfucking project like me? You know? You don't think there's any white boys in those projects? There's a fantasy. There's a right wing. There's a right wing fantasy for you. There's no right wing. There's no white boys in the projects. Is this beautiful right wing fantasy that just doesn't really add up. You know, beautiful right wing fantasy. White boys don't do ghettos. Eat the pennies. White boys don't go to the ghetto and smoke speed. That never happens, ever.
It has a role in what Venezuela has done to its people. So let's do something about that.
And so what do? Let them all come here?
No.
And the taxpayers pay for everything?
Under crooked Joe Biden, every state is now a
crooked Joe Biden. That guy who worried about infrastructure. Crooked, huh? Yeah. I think, let's see. Corruption always came up with Nixon, Bush Jr., Bush baby, Bush big diddy PP, Bush Jr., right? Laura Bush or whatever, right? And then there was Trump and all this. Corruption comes up constantly when the right wing's in power, but no, I wouldn't call Joe corrupt. No, I can't think of anything. Can you think of anything? No. I wouldn't really call Clinton corrupt beyond getting the blowjob. I would definitely call Hillary corrupt, but I wouldn't call Obama corrupt. I would call him adequate. But corruption, that's a right-wing thing most of the time. You know, Nixon, Watergate, 9/11, COVID. Those are all Republican things. Patriot Act. Most of the betrayal and the corruption, that's kind of a right-wing thing. You know, I'm sorry, but I mean, if it wasn't, I would say otherwise. But I mean, when I think back, let's look at the Democrats in the last 50 years, right? Have any of them ever come up on corruption charges? I don't think so. Can you name one? There's the blowjob and the lie. Yeah. But other than that, I don't know. Corruption? I'm sure Democrats are just as corrupt. But do they get caught? Don't know about that.
We are being conquered. We're being actually conquered, if you think of it.
You can talk about getting conquered. You're asking go get conquered by them if you want. I'm sure they'll prolapse your rectum, you fucking loser. You can go talk all loser talk about how they're conquering you in the bedroom. You're getting your shit pushed back by people who aren't white or whatever. But I don't talk like that, and I don't think about it like that, motherfucker. You're the weird hate-mongering idiot who talks about somebody conquering you. Yeah, if you're getting conquered all day, Jesus Christ, you fucking loser talk bitch. Yeah, go get conquered all day more then. If that's is that really your attitude? Go get conquered more then, you know? Good, yeah, we're getting conquered. We're getting conquered. Yeah, by the right wing, yeah. Can't do this song? You like literally can't switch it? Can you switch it? There you go. You're so bad at this. Good job. You're so bad at this how I have to redo all the settings over again. Isn't that fun? Look how incompetent this developer is. It's so fun. Thanks for being so incompetent, Blizzard. Yeah. Thanks for making me do these settings over and over and over again. Thanks for changing all the sound settings over and over again. You can't seem to get the sound correct or whatever. Thanks.
From within.
And they kill Americans. They all have blood on their hands.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. I want you to think back. Do you know anybody who's been killed by an immigrant in this country? Do you know anybody? I'm talking about you personally, motherfucker. All you people saying that bullshit, do you know anybody killed by an immigrant in this country? You don't. Maybe you do, but it's rare. You don't. Do you know somebody who's been raped or murdered by a white man? Or hurt or harmed? Or trespassed against? You do, don't you? Were they right-winger? Was the culprit a right-winger? I'm kidding.
Noticias dijeron eso sobre ustedes.
I love being unfair on my stream to an echo chamber of no chat. It's actually so fun. I do it all day. Dude, it's so fun. My echo chamber to myself is so glorious. I just want to suck my own dick about how wonderful my own echo chamber to myself is. I'm just so awesome. I only ever listen to my own opinion. I'm so fucking awesome. Okay. I just can't hear you over the sound of how fucking awesome I am. You know? I just can't. I can't hear you over the sound of how fucking awesome I am.
Difaman muchas cosas. Ellos están difamando muchas cosas, como ellos dicen que todos estos apartamentos son todos pandilleros. Es mentira. Sí. Aquí lo que hay gente trabajadora.
O vinimos todos aquí a trabajar, a echarle ganas, ya que en nuestro país no nos dan la libertad de hacer lo que uno quiere por la situación país.
En Venezuela trabajé en el Hospital JM de Los Ríos, Hospital de Niños en Caracas. Duré trabajando 6 años, pero ya de verdad.
Yeah, these people like work. Like honestly, I see more work ethic in non-white people than I do white people.
No puede vivir con lo que ganaba.
It's about some fucking racism.
Okay. Sí, yo trabajo en el tallo pegando cerámica.
Sí. Aquí hay personas trabajadoras, luchadoras que tienen sus hijos, salen a las 6 de la mañana, 5 de la mañana, si no se van a las Home Depot, se van aquí a una zona aquí donde buscan trabajo. Entonces,
aquí no hay
trabajo. You hear it all the time. He's like, motherfucker, I work, and that's been my experience with Denver immigrants too. Is honestly when you're the one white guy down working with them, you begin to understand. Like I'm the only white guy willing to do construction. Not the only one, but there's the other like junkies who have to. But I'm the only white guy willing to work, I think, in construction right now who isn't an actual contractor. You know. It's racist, but it's fucked up. Plenty of white boys do construction, but it's sort of funny. It's like it was predominantly like black and Mexicans, and that's okay. It's just like it's sort of weird because like I don't know, like I don't see how race has anything to do with it.
At the apartment complex,
everybody works. Like I this idea that entire races don't work or something or whatever weird right-wing white boy shit they're up to, white boy summer bullshit, like, or whatever, you know, like, but like, honestly, every race works really hard and has for billions of years. I don't understand this laziness ideal about other cultures. I just don't really understand that. I don't know of a lazy culture. I can't think of one. I've never heard of one who's famous for it, beyond like Teamsters, essentially, or not Teamsters, but you know, contractors. You hear laziness.
Members, but a full-blown media circus, something that the building's residents,
the people who build the houses, who make the money and own the businesses. You hear about slipshod like bullshit with them all the time, the slumlord stuff and all that, but you don't usually hear about laziness in the lower class. I wouldn't say that's kind of the truth. You do hear sometimes people talk about like deadbeats and, you know, trailer park trash and all this, but honestly, I've never met anybody in those scenes that didn't work hard. I've never met somebody in those scenes that didn't work. It's actually really hard to get away from. You have to be disabled and taken care of, trust fund or something like that. Where the fuck else are you going to get your money? And that's the one thing people will not give you for free. Not really. Maybe food stamps, but not money.
Venezuela after the rise.
You still don't really get any money in this country beyond like the economic stimulus and your tax return. That's it.
Of authoritarian leader Nicolas Maduro couldn't have imagined. After all, robberies and brazen criminal incidents are actually pretty common in Aurora.
I mean, look, Aurora's always had.
Aurora's huge. Like Aurora is like maybe the fastest growing city in the country too.
Gang issues. You can go back to the 70s. The Colfax corridor's always had some gang issues. We've always had turnover.
I come from motherfucking West Colfax, and you understand? Like motherfucking like Kipling, Wadsworth, and Colfax. That sort of area. Sheridan, mainly Sheridan. Sheridan and Colfax, motherfucker. I'm West Denver. I know West Denver. I know Colfax. I know the whole run. I ran with the Kingpins there. I'm connected. You know what I'm saying? I got a crew of white boys who love me, but they're like, you know, but they're like nerds. I love Denver. Denver is such an interesting place.
Kind of brings its own gang.
Daniel knew. I hate Daniel Larson, but he knew how important and really culturally important Denver actually is.
Issues with them.
And there's a lot of different hoods in Colorado, but Aurora is one of the more well-known ones, if not the most well-known.
The most well-known one.
So, I mean, it's never really been sweet.
No, it's never, no. But it's never been, not since Century 16. It's not been sweet, no.
Particular incident caught the eye of the national media for two reasons. For one, the recently arrested main perpetrator, nicknamed Cookie,
I don't know if you saw the man, he goes by the nickname of Cookie,
is a member of the multinational Venezuelan gang called Tren de Aragua.
So it's Tren de Aragua, and they started as a prison gang in Venezuela, quickly grew within the prison system there, and became more of a transnational criminal organization.
But secondly, and most importantly, Cookie, along with his companions, are migrants who, like 11 million others living in the United States right now, hop the US-Mexico border illegally.
And I had a huge issue with that. And so I started asking APD leadership, what are we doing? He was in custody, he was released, he committed more crimes, he was in custody again.
There's been state laws that have been...
Apparently Cookie is the nasty motherfucking Frank Wright of the whole Venezuelan fucking thing in Denver, Colorado. And I've heard of Cookie before, but I didn't know what that name was at all. I've heard of Cookie a lot, actually. I've heard that name a bunch, but I have no idea who it was.
That the counties could not house illegal aliens for ICE, like they couldn't hold illegal aliens, so they had to let them out on the street.
Now a judge has said that he is to be deported back to Venezuela, but we're stuck in this limbo where Venezuela has come out and said, we're not taking anybody back.
These removal flights are supposed to send illegal immigrants with a final order of removal back to Venezuela. They have, again, been rejected from the Venezuelan government for the last 4 weeks now. So what is the reason here? Well, the U.S. reimposed sanctions on state-owned mining companies.
By wanting to harm us, you harm yourselves. No one will stop us, Mr. Yankee.
And it's known that they opened their prisons. They let everybody out of their prisons to come here.
We feel that...
No, the right wing stole the entire country and invited everybody to fucking leave. That's what'll happen here, too. If you don't know it, you're blind.
It's important to sidebar here and note that Maduro did not open Venezuelan prisons or deliberately send criminals north to America as a way to punish us for the sanctions, which is how it's being reported by the mainstream conservative press.
Venezuela is emptying its prisons and sending their most dangerous criminals to the southern border.
They're coming from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums like Silence of the Lamb, the late great Hannibal Lecter. He'd like to have you over for dinner.
This is actually just not true. So I'm going to do my best to give you guys a breakdown of what's going on down there. Venezuela has lost a quarter of its population, roughly 7.7 million people in the past 10 years, as a result of a few factors, mainly hyperinflation, corruption, and the collapse of the petroleum industry, an industry that once accounted for 75% of Venezuela's exports and was dramatically stifled by US-imposed sanctions.
Today's executive order demonstrates the U.S. government's condemnation of tyranny and dictatorship in Venezuela.
These sanctions, which were also imposed by Mexico and all of Western Europe and prohibited the purchase of Venezuelan petroleum, were meant to bankrupt the socialist Maduro regime in favor of a US-backed opposition candidate named Juan Guaido.
And the Biden administration is considering an easing of sanctions in exchange for free presidential elections in 2024.
What followed the sanctions was nearly a decade of hunger, poverty, and decay that continues to this day. Over a quarter of Venezuela's population is actively experiencing a food insecurity crisis.
74% of respondents lost an average of 19 pounds.
And to make matters worse, Maduro embezzled and dramatically...
And so the rich right-wingers are stealing all the money, putting it in bank accounts that the poor people can't reach, and, stealing all the money, pretty much. And that's what killed Venezuela. We're not dumb.
Mismanaged.
That's what'll happen here, too, if we don't stop them.
And resources remained, while simultaneously...
Notice how he looks exactly like Trump from all the Red Star and all that stuff. It's all the same playbook. The fiscal conservatives trying to kill the world.
Simultaneously cracking down on journalists, protesters, and even issuing out arrest warrants for his political opponents.
You criminal, you're assassin. They're all rapists and thieves. You're a terrorist. You're a criminal, assassin, rapist, thief, terrorist. You're all terrorists. You're all terrorists. Patriot Act terrorists. You're a terrorist. You're a terrorist if you disagree with me. You're a terrorist.
¿Qué lo pasó con Maduro?
Para la gente que no sabe qué es lo que pasó
Fuck Maduro.
Con Maduro hay una dictadura.
Sí.
En Venezuela una dictadura, está claro con lo que pasó ahorita con las elecciones. No hay un estado de derecho.
There's no rule of law. Most of us have had to leave, and we cannot protest. Exactly like what'll happen here if the right wing wins.
Podemos protestar, no podemos.
We cannot protest because they're Americans. It's the same thing happened to them. We can't protest that the right wing just pretty much September 6th up the place. We can't protest it. We have to let it happen.
Que vaya contra de la verdad, porque enseguida presos políticos nos asesinan, nos persiguen, y eso no es mentira, esa es la realidad del país. Antes de Maduro, vivíamos
bien. Before the right wing, Venezuela was doing so well. They were doing better than us, maybe.
Éramos ricos y no lo sabíamos.
Yeah, listen to how he says it. He says it. We were rich and we didn't even realize it until the right wing fucking stole it all away for their weird campaign of darkness or whatever the fuck they're after. Money.
Venezuela
greed. It's always been a prosperous country, like America. We've always been a prosperous country until the right wing fucking starved us to death. And then they want to tell us that we don't have enough money for every American to eat. What? That's ridiculous.
Un país próspero, pero la mala administración.
Mismanagement with the Hugo Chavez government.
Con el gobierno de Chávez, y luego fueron expropiando empresas. Se fueron apoderando de empresas, la gente ya no quiso invertir, automáticamente hubo...
People no longer wanted to invest and automatically there was chaos. Yep.
Hubo un caos. Sí. Y a raíz de eso es lo que se...
I love this guy. Fucking pure Denver motherfucker. I hope you stay in Denver. Stay in Denver. Stay in Denver. We need people like you in Denver. We need people who understand what is happening. Please. No, he might be Chi-Town, huh? He might be going Chi-Town. He's probably a Chicago Bulls fan. That sucks, man. The Nuggets are really good.
Maduro aside, with poverty...
But I would say they aren't the Chicago Bulls, no.
becomes crime. And it was these dire economic circumstances in Venezuela that transformed it from a relatively safe country to having the highest murder rate on earth by 20...
I see these people and I think, there's good Americans who are working really hard, who care about their kids and aren't strapped up and aren't fucking killing each other and stuff. That's like literally what I think.
18.
With a national minimum
I'm like, there we go.
Age under 10 years.
Now, these people look like cartel members to me, But I still wouldn't be afraid of being in the same room as them as long as they didn't fucking stick the guns at me.
US dollars a month.
These people don't scare me. I've seen people like with fucking shit like this and automatic weapons before. That's
These men say poverty has led them to...
Yeah, poverty killed Mexico. Poverty's killing America. Why? There's so much wealth in this world. There's no need to hide it behind bank accounts. It's disgusting. It's the fiscal conservatives, fucking it's the Hitchhiker's Guide to Fiscal Conservatives killing the world. Stuff a bunch of money in a bank account while we all starve to death for some rainy day that never comes.
Crime.
Gangs like Tren de Aragua tripled in size, and prisons became
Tren de Aragua.
So overcrowded that the government could no longer manage them.
Human rights groups say Venezuelan jails are 50% overcrowded on average.
In a last-ditch effort to restore order behind bars, Maduro enacted a policy called hybrid governance, where he actually handed over control of the prisons to the gangs.
This is a prison out of control. It is the prisoners who are in charge.
Overall, it was a terrible idea. In the case of Tocaron prison, which was controlled by, of course, Tren de Aragua leader Nino Guerrero, the gang built a baseball field, playground, swimming pool, nightclub, and zoo.
Yeah, it's quite a lot. Like, they built swimming pools in the prisons. They have, like, caterers come in, and they're paying off the cops.
But still, inmates weren't technically allowed to leave, if that makes sense.
No.
So while gangs were given free rein to radically transform...
Yeah, why are our prisons ghettos? I don't really understand that. Like, now, prisoners should not be rewarded with nice lives. But I don't see why rehabilitation is not the main goal kind of forced on them. Okay, here's a steady diet of 3 meals. Your diet can't be the reason that you're a fucking criminal anymore. Here's exercise every day in the sun with sociality and support and a mental health therapist and all this. That should really be a reason why you shouldn't be a criminal anymore. Here's how to monetize yourself without ever actually compromising your community and stuff and that kind of thing. Like, I don't know why jail isn't about rehab. It's like this place to waste time while you show the world that you're sorry or something. But it should be this place like I used it for. Like, I didn't go to jail. I went to the madhouse, but I ate 3 squares meals a day. I stopped doing drugs. I did a drug test every week. I went to bed every night at 11 p.m. and woke up at like 7 and and all this stuff. And it was good. And it was good. And with the structure and mental health therapists and PTSD therapists and drug addiction counselors and drug rehab counselors and relapse prevention counselors. I had to see so many counselors. I was able to understand that the system was the real problem that I was rebelling against in the first fucking place, that I never wanted to break another law again because it meant the system, and the system is essentially what they use to kill the world. I mean, it's that and price fixing. Price fixing and prison are the ways that they kill the world, in my opinion. And so there's 2 big P's in the world. It's price fixing and prison. And I think if you were to solve both of those things, most of our other problems would kind of fall in line. So why can't these prisons be a spiritual mecca? Why can't they be, okay, you lost your way. Well, then here's a whole structure of people that understood that you've lost your way. They want to help you become a more, balanced, responsible citizen that doesn't do drugs all the time, stick people up and be a stick-up kid or whatever. And we have to show them that it's worth doing. We have to show them that the pussy's sweeter when you don't buy it. When you show the woman that you're an actual man who takes care of his and his own, mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to everybody in his community and all that. It's sweeter when you don't have to convince a girl to sleep with you. She wants to. You're not tough, you're rough. Your toughness doesn't equal power. It equals essentially slipshod fucking shaky premise approach. It's a shaky premise approach. You must get your diet in order, get sunlight in your fucking bloodstream again, get love and support from your family and your friends, all that stuff.
The prisons themselves, the state wasn't opening them, which is a huge difference. Anyways, back to Danielle.
And as you can see that even still today, our current interim police chief is still denying any knowledge of any gang presence.
We want to reassure the people that live in this community, gang members have not taken over this complex.
But her own police officers are telling the truth. I talk with several of them. There was a notice that went out that they were not allowed to respond to these complexes unless there was at least 4 of them. Well, we're down upwards of 200 officers right now in the police department. So getting that kind of staffing, that in and of itself is tough. But then also too, I mean, it became very clear that officers were very leery of going into this complex. I mean, at the end of the day, they want to go home too.
There were 2 shootings right over in that area last night, and they've already greenlit police officers in the area. Chandaragua has given the green light for their gang members to be able to shoot at law enforcement officers.
Wow, that's unbelievable. It's important to
Bullshit. I've never heard of or ever even heard of a gang that said it was okay to kill police. I've never heard of that. That is bullshit. It's some weird right-wing goddamn cocksucker fucking lie from a white boy who thinks he knows better. The fuck do you know about black gangs, white boy? The fuck do you know?
Less likely to commit violent.
I know my friend asked to push her shit back in motherfucking prison. What the fuck do you know about black boys?
Crimes than naturalized American citizens. But even if they're...
Yeah, let's go here. I need white boy to tell me how bad gangs are. Yeah, what's that? That's going to be... What's a white gang? That's going to be... Like, bikers.
Did correspond with the American incarceration rate, which is roughly 0.05%, there would still be
Sons of Anarchy. I'm kidding.
Thousands of migrant criminals. And it's this buzzword, migrant crime, that led this story to spread like wildfire.
There's crime, there's violent crime, there's migrant crime. We have a new category of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's going to be worse than any other form of crime. They want to fight police officers. Our criminals don't even do that so much, okay?
No, even our guys don't do that so much, no. But I don't like cops.
Watched our coverage of the Democratic National Convention.
They know we don't have any other fucking options. It's just fucking Harris or a goddamn crazy fascist.
Yep.
The Green Party rally.
My name.
Church. It's Harris or the fascists. Get used to it. I've known it for 24 fucking years of my life. 24 years of elections. What is that? That's 6 elections now. Yeah, 6 times 4 is 24. I've seen 6 elections now since I turned of age. And, yeah, all of them were goddamn clown shows. Clown shoes. That like, basically exclude probably 50% of us from caring. I'm sorry, but...
Jill Stein. I am the
Jill Stein for the motherfucking win.
Party candidate for president.
I got a 5-month prison sentence for showing Bill Clinton an aborted baby.
Or a Trump rally in Arizona.
It's all about President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance.
You know that one thing's for sure. It's election time, baby. In around 60 days, a new president will be decided upon, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump.
An incredibly tight race across 6 battleground states.
Essential to Trump's platform is the issue of migrant crime.
They're raping and they're killing people.
They're raping and they're killing people.
Every time it happens, RNC state media reports it.
Pablo is charged with 3 felonies.
Hypnotizing their viewer base with buzzwords and micro-traumatic imagery.
Strangled to death by migrant criminals from Venezuela. Death.
Stabbing a teenage girl.
An invasion.
Over 1,000 Chinese aliens.
If a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Farming engagement through outrage.
This threat is growing by the day.
With the ultimate goal of channeling anger into conservative votes. And it's honestly working quite well.
FETO. You could call it FETO. Farming engagement through outrage. Oh god, what? Oh, Ren will drop in 6 seconds. Should I hearth? No, I can't hearth. Oh. Damn it, I didn't know. I didn't get any warning. No warning at all. Trumpster. Ugh. Oh, oops, mailbox is up here. I always think of it as down there by the bank, but it's not, huh? Oh, look at all this stuff that I have to send that I can sell. It's awesome. Gonna send it. Oh yeah, there's the fisherman, but I don't really care. So, ooh, money. Yeah, money. Sell me money. Okay. Oops. Let me do that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll sell fish. Yeah. Yeah, send it all. Fuck it. Yep, go. Fire it off. Good. Sold. Gone. Let's go check the bank. And start off on another character. I'm going to heal my wounds.
Creased.
Oh, yeah. I don't have the sound effects on. Did the fireworks stop? Fireworks are off right now, yeah. Oh, look, the fireworks are off. I can actually listen to the game and focus on it. Very good. I don't like the wind sound. Yeah, maybe they can... Usually I do 1 notch. Yeah, 1 notch is good. You can hear the wind, which is kind of annoying.
Your skill has increased.
Yay, skill ups. I love that sound. So fun. Okay, back to the video now. Oh yeah, I was logging into the bank. Yeah.
People that came across the border that came in and killed our children, somebody needs to pay for it. That's why I'm voting for Trump.
But media matrix aside, the border situation is an absolute nightmare. We began covering it around 8 months ago and definitely made some mistakes along the way. Like assuming that as American citizens, we were allowed to cross the Rio Grande and wouldn't be violating any federal laws in doing so.
Manos arriba!
Evidently, we were incorrect, but we learned some things along the way. Most importantly, that the drug cartels, who also are tasked with importing fentanyl into the United States, are controlling all human smuggling routes along the border and making a surreal NASDAQ amount of money doing it.
When you look at the amount of people that have come in, about 7 million people that have come in, the average price for people to come across the border is about $5,000. But it can get up to as $15,000, $20,000. If you look at some Chinese, they're paying $25,000, $30,000 because they get the grade A experience and the bus ride up through the border.
If you were to do the math there, how much does the cartel make per year?
Hundreds of billions. Like I would have to look at recent statistics, but I would put it $300 or $400 billion probably.
We also learned that from an administrative level, that there's no infrastructure in place to accommodate this mass influx of asylum requests being made by the migrants, most of whom claim they're fleeing narco violence or political persecution in their home countries.
And that's why. And that's why.
¿Cómo fue tu vida en México?
The coyotes are the actual fucking asylum. They're the actual asylum. Thank God for them. If they didn't get these people through and quickly, I don't know what this world would be like. We have so many problems in this world as war and problems and greed take over everything. And like these people need homes and we have space. And I'm sorry, but your attitude of not using them as like you understand what they're trying to. I've never understood the right wing, and I will argue with them right to their fucking face about this. You understand? You don't want them here. I don't understand that. That's one more American head. What do you mean you don't want them here? That's one more American. What are you talking about? It's not a Venezuelan anymore. It's an American. After 4 years, that's an American, motherfucker. 4 years and we got another American. I want more Americans. More. Not less, more. More Americans. Make us the strongest place in the fucking world. You understand? Strongest place. And you want to exclude our brothers and sisters and anybody in between. And I don't know. I don't know. You and your weird fascism and your fucking death of the world and your fiscal conservatism as our people starve in Africa and stuff. I just really don't understand it. I don't like you. I don't think you're a normal person. You're weird. You know, your weird right-wing fucking ideologies about this stuff. That's just one more American working, paying taxes in your country, making it stronger. Maybe they take up civil service. Who knows? Whatever. Maybe they invent the cure to COVID. Maybe they invent the cure to polio or whatever, like Jonas Salk. We don't know, but we know that every single head makes us stronger, not weaker, as long as we take care of all of them. So let the machine that fixes our poverty be taking care of everybody. You understand? Let the machine that fixes our poverty be taking Fito. Fito, right?
Flux of asylum requests being made by the migrants, most of whom claim they're fleeing narco violence or political persecution in their home countries.
¿Dónde eres?
De México.
Yeah, it's Fito, right?
Chinese, they're paying $25,000, $30,000 because they get the grade A experience and the bus ride up through the border.
If you were to do the math there, how much does the cartel make per year?
Hundreds of billions. Like I would have to look at recent statistics, but I would put it
billions,
$400 billion probably.
We also learned that from an administrative level that there's no.
Yep, and they should take the money too because they're facilitating the fucking growth of the country. I really view that way. I know you think of these people that you don't want them because you're scared that they're not like you, but honestly, I just think them as another American. Give me another American. I don't care. Make us stronger. I'll use every last head. I'll use us to go to space and unlock the stars. I want more Americans, not less, and this is how we get them. I know you think we're overpopulated now. We don't need more people, but we do need more Americans.
Accommodate this mass influx of asylum requests being made by the migrants.
Most you don't see the strength of these people. Look at what they're willing to go through just to have a home. If you can't see the fucking, they're willing to drop $30,000 sometimes, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Imagine dropping that much money, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 20, 25, $30,000 sometimes, like, you know, all the way up to the top. $30,000. Imagine blowing that kind of money on just an entry into a country just to have a chance. And you don't see the strength of these people and how they can make us stronger. You are a fucking worthless fool. We're racist, worthless fool. If you cannot embrace the power of these people. Because we're going to have them either way. So, I mean, open the borders and embrace the power of these people and enforce the laws. But your weird xenophobic fucking racism, I'm talking about Mexicans or Venezuelans or people eat cats or any of this weird shit. Fuck off with that weird racist right-wing cocksucker bullshit.
Political persecution in their home countries.
¿Dónde eres?
De México.
¿Cómo fue tu vida en México?
Muy peligroso. Es que gobierna el cártel de Jalisco.
Jalisco cartel. That's all he says. Jalisco cartel has ruined the country. You know, like Trump.
Mucho movimiento de eso de las drogas y todo.
The average wait time for an asylum hearing is currently 4.5 years.
He said it's ugly. It's all the drugs. This kid, he's like 8, and he's like, it's ugly. The drugs, all of that. When he's 40, he's like me. He's gonna say the same thing. It was ugly. There was drugs. It was terrible.
It's gotten so bad. Like,
not that the drugs are what was so ugly about it. It's this corruption that came around the black market, turned the cartels into essentially Satan.
It matters what the city.
Can you blame them? No. They make so much money.
If you're in Miami, you're waiting almost 8 years.
8 years for asylum.
You go to a smaller immigration court, you might be only waiting 4 years. And to that point, a lot of these people will not have a good asylum claim. A lot of them came here for economic reasons. That's not an asylum claim.
¿Qué significa asilo?
Yes, it is. If your fucking country is dying because the right-wing fucking conservative piece of shit stock exchange assholes stole everything and now there's nothing to buy and the money is insane and the cost of living is off the fucking hook and nobody can even afford a car or a meal or like an education or anything like that. How is poverty not a fucking reason for asylum? How is it not a reason? You can see the hatred in the eyes. You can see the hatred in her eyes.
Las personas con los
it means to help. You know what God says to do. Help people with children. Yep.
niños que vienen de...
That come from places where they can't afford to feed the children. Yep.
De México para acá.
Yep. And she knows. She knows.
¿Una procesa fácil?
Pues yo digo que sí.
I'd say, yeah. Most of it is waiting.
Esa sola hablar con la migra y decir yo tengo problemas en mi país.
Sí. Así es.
There lies a big part of the problem. From an official standpoint, poverty and hunger are not valid asylum claims under U.S. law. To officially reach refugee status and receive asylum protections, you have to prove that you're actively fleeing.
Fuck yeah, these are strong people. You can see it. They're fucking strong people. They would credit America amazing. We want these strong people. We do.
Violence or persecution.
We want these strong people. Your fucking war against these people makes no sense to me. I don't understand it. Look at the strength on this man's face if you can't see it. For him to walk this far, to come this far, and to say that they can't be a part of this is just ridiculous. It's like it's like the Last Supper.
By your home country's government.
So it has to be religious persecution, like sexual persecution, war,
No, it's if they can't have a good quality of life there, why can't they have that in America? Because you own this or something?
There's different things.
This guy's an ICE agent. Listen to him talk about this stuff. He knows his stuff, but
are going on
He's a terrible brainwash artist.
That country,
which in the case of Mexico and most of Central America would be very hard to prove. Yet, any migrant claiming asylum has the right to be heard by a judge, leaving millions of people with potentially invalid asylum claims stuck in limbo somewhere in the U.S.
So now you get 5-6 years down the road, they have their immigration hearing and they're told they have to go home. And they've started to establish a life in the United States. Like, that's not good for them either. That's bad. Like, we should deal with the asylum claims as fast as we can. If you have asylum, come on in. If you don't have asylum, I'm sorry, you need to go home.
Speeding up the asylum application.
No. If somebody wants to come here because it's a better place, why can't they? Because you own it? Do you really own America? No, it's a shared. We are the world's child. We are the world's child. We took everybody from every place. We never really stopped. That border never really was there. And we never really stopped taking everybody from every place. And I don't really see why we can't just embrace that. We've been strong enough to do it. We love this country. And I don't really see how... Ooh, more money. I don't really see how we failed here by bringing these people in. I don't see it. I see the strength on their face. This man is strong. I think he is a credit to the Colorado community. Even the people who are shooting each other in the fucking streets who are desperate, they're only doing that because they're poor. And that's because some rich person stole all the money.
Process would be a great advantage to Venezuelans, most of whom do have valid asylum claims because of the actions of the Maduro government.
Venezuela has an asylum claim because of the political situation that is occurring. So they have a dictator there who is keeping people from exerting their other politics. That is an asylum claim. But coming to a country to say, well, I just want to make money, and we've seen it at the border. You've been to the border and interviewed people, and the first thing they say is, I'm coming to America because I want to make money.
¿Qué quieres hacer aquí en los Estados Unidos?
¿Quieres superar?
I want to overcome poverty. It's not the same thing.
Sacar adelante.
Wanting money and trying to overcome poverty are the same thing, but they're not the same thing desire-wise.
De mi familia.
Yep, break my family away from poverty. Yep.
Trabajar.
Sí.
Yes, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Yep.
Trabajar.
I am sympathetic to it.
It's not an asylum claim.
While I personally believe there should be...
Yes, it is. Their quality of life is garbage from all the corruption and all the theft and the misleading of the leadership. And the country doesn't foster itself and foster its own people anymore. So they're coming to some place where they might at least maybe have some food stamps.
Be an easy path to citizenship for anybody who wants to...
It's like, okay, if you wanted to play world police, then all right, we're gonna fight the worst criminal, which is poverty.
To come into the country and make an honest
You
living.
want to play world police? Fine. Then fight the poverty and let these people try to make us a stronger place.
The point I'm trying to make is that the border...
These people are so driven. If you don't want them, I think you are fucking idiots. I want these people. I want these people with drive who are trying to change their lives with an American dream. I want this.
Situation, unlike
I know it sounds sick to you. I don't care. I want
migrant crime situation, isn't a non-issue or just a news item being brought up to stoke division ahead of the
it's
election.
real.
The mismanagement of the border, which has been horrific, hurts both Americans and migrants. It hurts Americans because it benefits the cartels that import fentanyl, a drug which, I'm sure as many of you know, killed 112,000 people last year. And it hurts migrants with actual legitimate asylum claims, who now find themselves lost in a system that was supposed to be set up to benefit them. Yet still, when it comes to the cartels and apparent drug gangs like Tren de Aragua, I can't help but feel that it's our insatiable appetite for drugs as Americans that's fueling most of this at the core. Do you think that part of the problem in general is just American drug use at the core? Like, do you think that they're responding to a demand, or do you think they're creating the demand?
Great question. And look, it's both, man. Like, America has a huge drug problem. And America's drug problem drives the cartels to try to make more money and opens up avenues for these criminal elements to come in and try to make their...
Just legalize the black market, pretty much make sure all the money goes to the coyotes and the cartels instead of to us. If the money went to the Walgreens and American businesses, we would be doing better and a lot more willing to take these people. If the money went to, rather than drug dealers, but corporations that pay taxes, this government would not be so afraid of these problems. But no, it goes, we have this black market that you want for some reason that fosters all these terrible bad actors, and then you wonder what to do when they just naturally start selling sex and drugs. That's just what they do.
So definitely, look, America's need or want for drugs is driving a lot of this, but we've definitely seen like these groups set up and then an uptick in overdose deaths because of fentanyl.
But let's go back to the apartment complex story. When the story about the robbery first emerged, the buzzwords that caught wind were migrant gang takeover, framing it as if Tren de Aragua had taken complete control of the apartment complex and by extension, all of Aurora.
That might be fear-mongering, or whatever the fuck Kamala Harris want to say, but it's fear-mongering. No, it's fucking not. This is reality.
You went there and you saw AR-15s being held by gang members.
One.
Okay.
One. Alright, these motherfuckers is really out here with fucking AKs. It definitely was a takeover.
However, even the most vocal anti-gang figureheads in the community disagree with this notion entirely.
The migrant gangs have not taken over Aurora.
Where I have specifically said apartment complexes in Aurora have been taken over. This cannot be downplayed, the severity of this Tren de Aragua gang.
It's something that if we don't pay attention to it because they're getting guns, they're setting up shop, if we allow it to fester, it is going to get much worse.
Shortly after the initial headlines broke, a second story emerged. A rumor that the Hells Angels were going to show up to take Aurora back from the Venezuelans.
The Hells Angels are now going to go solve this issue.
Hells Angels are mad. They're mad. The Mongols are mad, and they're just mad at the fucking up just the communities in general.
It's gonna be dangerous and the government is not gonna like it.
And what came last is a triple gaslight KO move led by local socialist nonprofits who claim there was no robbery or gang at all.
Right now, they're using this gang reason to condemn these buildings, but to do it, with a faster judicial process because of a racist rumor that is gonna result in these people being on the streets.
In this episode, we're going to do our best to get down to the bottom of what really happened. First, we're going to speak to the initial whistleblowers, former chief of ICE and congressional candidate John Fabricatore.
They're coming in here and they broke through that door.
And Aurora City Councilwoman Danielle Jurinsky.
The Romeros are real. These are real people that witnessed all of this.
Then we're going to talk to concerned residents of the complex.
Yo no he padecido de extorsión, nadie me cobra, yo tengo mi contrato.
Some bikers who showed up to the property.
What's your initial take? What do you think?
Activists who showed up to defend residents.
I'm expecting people to be assaulted. I think it's very dangerous that this kind of rhetoric is allowed in our political landscape.
Jaded local rappers, generally perplexed by the situation.
Days in my apartment picking meth off the carpet. I say it's retarded, but I was slow to get anything started. Days awake, I start hallucinating.
Live streamers who showed up to make content.
This is my first day on the scene.
And in a hellish union, all these people at the same time.
So we are admitting that there are gangs. We're admitting there's gangs.
I don't know what they do. I haven't seen them personally. I have not seen them.
With the goal of getting an answer to one question. Does Tren de Aragua really run these streets? Or is the property ran by an allegedly delinquent slumlord named Zev Baumgarten?
Is there bangers outside the Aurora projects? No. I wouldn't say. I think there's people that travel through that you don't want to meet. And yeah, there's some people around, but I wouldn't say that it's an unsafe place to be. At least during the day. At night, it's probably open season. I would say Aurora during the day is actually a fairly safe place to be. I would trust myself to walk down East Colfax. If I didn't look rich anyways, I would if I didn't have a gold chain or something, I would walk down East Colfax. I've done it many, many, many times. It's not that scary, But at nights when, all the bad people are out and they're looking for an advantage to take because they're desperate. If we fixed their realities, they wouldn't be desperate,
From a company called CBZ Management, who 4 months before the incident deleted his email address and phone number and fled to Florida after evicting 75 families at his now condemned property next door, leaving the red brick apartments in such a state of disrepair and decay that the city of Aurora is now criminally prosecuting Zev for code violations.
CBZ Management, that's the group that Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman referred to as slumlords in an interview with 9 News 2 weeks ago.
They're out-of-state slumlords.
Conveniently prompting him to hire a PR firm in Fort Lauderdale, Florida called Red Banyan Crisis Communications to plant stories in the media about a gang takeover ahead of his trial.
So the property owner did hire a PR firm. That's when it really started gaining media attention.
All right, let's get into it.
Yeah, so I'm John Fabricatore. I served 30 years in the United States government. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. Last 26 years with Immigration Customs Enforcement.
Have you ever broken up a stash house where they have humans being smuggled before?
Yes, we've done a lot with that. So I was with enforcement removal operations. So I worked a lot of...
I don't like what you do.
Smuggling loads, people that were being smuggled into the United States. especially here in Colorado, we've got I-25 and I-70, so it's always been a big smuggling corridor for humans and drugs and everything else. You see the cartels pack, 20 people. And
I have definitely ran some drugs on the I-25 corridor, I myself.
Inside of Suburban, they're not
all
letting them
up
out.
And down I-25, definitely.
Out there making them pee and
south, north, sometimes 2 to 5 hours.
Containers, and are keeping all that in their
trying to be motherfucking Jesse Pinkman, but in Denver. You understand? A bigger city than ABQ.
And the car's overloaded.
Denver's a bigger city than a lot of places actually now, especially because of Aurora. Aurora is technically Denver. I mean, it's not the same place, but it's like, what, 2 miles from downtown? It's basically the same thing. So I mean, I definitely would call Aurora Denver. It's like real. That's the one thing I want out of Aurora is I want it to be considered Denver because it'll be bigger than Denver at some point. It's a massive place. It's like one of the bigger bigger what is it called? Suburban sprawls I've ever witnessed. It's one of the bigger ones. You can just drive for like an hour across suburban sprawl as long as you want. East, west, north, south, doesn't matter which direction you go. Aurora, you can drive for an hour in any direction, and it's just suburban sprawl about as far as the eye can see. White boys and middle class kind of doing white boy things, kind of like as far as the eye can see. But then there's like right near where Aurora touches downtown, and downtown is always kind of like ghetto, sort of, a little bit inner city, definitely inner city. There's parts of Aurora that are only 1.5 miles from the dead center of Denver, Colorado, which is Colfax and Broadway. That's where our Capitol building is. Right there, right on the corner of Colfax and Broadway is the Capitol building. And yeah, 1.5 miles from the Capitol building is where this happened. So it strikes kind of close, strikes kind of close. You have to take the Colfax bus for, I think, like 2 miles in really bad traffic to get out there. Kind of like San Francisco traffic. I'm talking, it will take you an hour to go like 2 miles, but you don't really want to walk down Colfax alone. So you take the bus, Kids used to be able to take the Colfax bus. If I had a daughter, I would not want her riding the Colfax bus anymore. I know because I dated a girl who lived up on Verbena and Colfax, basically. And she was my second girlfriend ever, and we were together for 2 years and 7 months, and she was a Mormon girl who lived up on East Colfax. She wasn't Mormon, but her parents were. And she ended up being a massage therapist, like a good friend of mine. Left it on good terms and stuff. She cheated on me, but that wasn't, some failing of mine. She just had a thing around sex. And I treated her well. I put her through college and stuff. I was so good to her. She did not cheat on me because it was me that wanted to work all night, and she wanted to work days. And so when our schedule split, we didn't see each other for like 6 weeks, and she had a week moment. She was so lonely. She was a very visual touch person. She wanted to be touching somebody all the time. And going 6 weeks without a boyfriend was something she didn't want to do when she was like 23, and I put her through that. And I lost the relationship over it. It was my fault, kind of. It's not that I was like fat or ugly or anything at all. It was that, or lazy or that I didn't take care of her. It was just that I kind of ignored her for like 6 weeks. I just wanted to do my job and try to pass some time and pay the bills and just like not be in high school and just be young and be a lead singer in a band, and just play video games. And I was going through something, but I still don't know what it is. And yeah, like
aggro.
So then, she had a weak time one time, and I caught her immediately. I caught her the first time she tried, pretty much immediately. How I knew what was, inside of 2 years and 7 months, we were such devoted lovers for like 2 years and 7 months. The minute she asked me what time I was going to be home, I knew immediately. I was like, you're cheating on me right now, aren't you? And sure enough, I caught her like pretty much first time she tried. I was like, oh, I'll be home in about 3.5 hours, something like that, real late, like 2 a.m. But then I just drove 100 miles an hour to my apartment and caught them fucking on my bed. Pretty much the day they tried. I'm not an idiot. I've never been one to have the wool covered over my eyes, you know. I'm not an idiot. I don't really truck with delusion or denial or anything like that. And she was like, Jesus Christ, you caught me like the first time I ever tried this. And I was like, yeah. She shaved her head bald. It was kind of crazy. But anyways, the reason I bring her up, because of it too, because I caught her cheating, she shaved her head bald, which was insane. But anyways, good girlfriend. She really was, except for the cheating part. She lived way up on East Colfax out by Verbena, which is really far from my school. Even it was like a 40-minute, fucking thing. It was it was like 30 minutes, but it felt like 40 because it's really slow and there's many stops. And so after a while, I began to understand that something that was happening culturally was East Colfax, which is the area that they're talking about right here. East Colfax was becoming more and more like worse. And there was this period where she was like, I will do anything not to ride the bus. She was like, she was kind of implying sex basically, but it wasn't like that. It was more like she was desperate not to ride that bus because the sexual harassment for the fucking half an hour that she had to do it each day for an hour, for the hour that she had to do it today, was like the most unpleasant experience I'd ever had with anything, really. Like we would get on the bus and it was like open season. There's white girl. She's the hottest girl in the city, maybe, and she's not single, but she's alone because it's like 5:45 in the morning and she's going to school. And the constant sexual harassment, I saw it firsthand. Even when I was sitting next to her, it was obvious we were together. She sometimes sit in my lap and stuff. It didn't matter if she had a boyfriend. The constant harassment was like endless for her. And so her whole life's dream was to get off that bus. It really was, and I respected the dream, and I took her off the bus too. I took her off that bus from when she was like, I don't know, 17 until she was like 20 and a half or something like that. I took her off that East Colfax bus. I did it too. I took her off that East Colfax bus. I was like, I have a car, and she's like, yeah, no. And I always suspected that these girls kind of were after me for my car, but it didn't matter. Like, I still really like, no, they were after me for my heart. I knew they were. But, like, it's kind of funny, though. But, like, and yeah, I took her off the East Colfax bus. I did. For like, and she valued that. You could tell. She was like, oh, my God, I never imagined I could just have a ride whenever I needed it. And I was like, yep, I want to tell my probation officer that I'm going to come pick you up at 5:45 in the fucking morning every day. I'm going to take you home. I've got to be in. I'm on probation. Even at the age of 17, I was on probation for possession of a scheduled Class A fucking substance, MDMA. And so I was like, yep, and I'll take you home in the afternoon at like 4:45 in the evening, or you can just stay with me. If you want, we can like sneak you in if your parents don't care where you are, and that never happened. But if they don't care what's happening, And eventually we just moved in together. We got an apartment together, like pretty much the day she turned 18. We just got an apartment. I was like, yep, time for an apartment. And then I put her through school. And it was a good relationship, good time in my life. But yeah, getting her off the East Colfax bus was something that I had to do if I wanted to be with her. You ever had a thing like that? It wasn't a requirement, but it was what was necessary. Anybody that was going to get her off that bus was going to win her heart, because that bus was pretty much like her least favorite thing in existence. She was also terrified that the man who had raped her, he was an army cadet. She was terrified that the man who raped her would show up on the bus because he lived up there. So it was like this terrible torture for her. I was sympathetic to it. She also didn't like paying for it. It was like $6 a day. And she was like, that is my allowance. She was like, I make $15 a week or something like that. My allowance is like $20, and they want all of it for bus fare. And so she would take like transfers, and she would stack them over the months, and she would color code them and sort them in a fucking coded box. And she would take transfers so that she could use her money to buy CDs, because she was this crazy music person who really needed CDs, I would say, and she needed metal band CDs. And so I would take her to the CD store all the time and buy her CDs, because I knew what that fucking mattered to her. That mattered to her so much, And I really did take care of her. I was always a really good lover. None of my girlfriends could say that I was a bad lover, except for the girl that I broke up with because we were both speed addicts, you know. But other than that, like, I've always been a really good lover. I've always taken care of them really well. And East Colfax runs through my bloodstream. It's the place that I try to avoid, and it's the heart blood. It's like literally, if we were to pull, the fireworks started like pretty much immediately the second I turned on the sound. I'm just gonna mute it. If you look at the Denver East Colfax map, no, not Hertz, but yeah, I used to do business out of that Hertz all the time. I used to do business out of this Hertz on Denver East Colfax all the time. Paid him probably $100,000 or something like that, or it wasn't that much. It was like 10 grand something, but yeah. So if you notice, East Colfax, so she and I went to school somewhere over in this area, and I won't say where it is, but we went to school over in this area, and she lived way out over here by Laredo. And so we would have to go, you know, on the Alameda bus. Was it Alameda? I'm sorry, Colorado. I'm sorry, Monaco bus. There it is. The Monaco. We would have to take the Monaco bus from somewhere in this area all the way to Colfax, and then we'd have to ride the Colfax bus for 30 minutes. It was actually like 40 minutes of her day each way. So she would spend like 80 minutes on the bus each day, which she hated. And I did this ride with her many, many times. And then when I got a car, I just started like taking her every single day, everywhere she needed to go. And this was a very, very important thing for her, transportation. She was able to be social, go to parties, be friends with everybody, all that stuff. And this is something I understand about girls. Girls are social beings. They like traveling a lot. They like traveling all over their city and talking to people and being around places and going and buying things. And so if you can provide this for them, you can be a good boyfriend. If you can't, then you're not a good boyfriend. And so, and I learned this very young. And so most of my life I tried to have a car, and that eventually took me down the road of being a taxi driver. The only way, with all the poverty and all the fucking conservative bullshit, the only way I was able to keep a car in my life my whole life was either driving taxi or Uber. So eventually I just did that. I always wanted a girlfriend, so I always drove a car, you know. And if you want a girlfriend, you must have a car, I would say. So yeah. And so, yeah, and this is a thing in America. And so, yeah. And so this whole Colfax thing. And so where did this happen? Where is this guy standing? He's standing out here somewhere around between Potomac and Peoria. Potomac and Peoria. Right around Havana. He's probably going to be in here somewhere around North Moline and like 16, probably 16, somewhere around here by Peoria, right around here in Kingston Street and stuff, North Aurora Division. I've walked these streets. I've sold drugs here. I've gangbanged here. I've done everything. I've got my teeth removed. I got my teeth removed. I got two of my molars removed because I had a tongue ring that I broke my molars on and stuff. My wisdom teeth. I got my molars repaired, but I got my wisdom teeth removed at UC Health right here. I mean, this is like my hood. I mean, I grew up in this place, which is over here, way west of them. Ruby Hill is a good place, a good way to say it. I grew up in Ruby Hill. That's a good way to say it. I grew up right in Ruby Hill. Ruby Hill is perfect. That's the perfect way to say it. I used to call it Platt Park, but I mean, really, it's kind of like Ruby Hill is sort of where, I mean, there's Platt Park, but I mean, yeah, like I grew up over here. So I always had, in order to go to school out here, I had to do a 40-minute either, you know, bus ride or a 10-minute, you know, or 15-minute car ride every day all the way out there. And we lived so far that I always had a car, you know. So this was a really great way to grow up. But I like, you know, but this corridor, I know what it spawned. It's like this lawless area full of like prostitution and drug dealing and stuff. And it's not a lawless area. And there's lots of businesses. There's even hospitals and stuff up there. But it doesn't matter. It tore the eastern side of the city. See how this is east? It's like, see how I'm going, like, here's Denver. I'm like, you know, this is center of Denver, Colfax and Broadway. That's like right here. This little plus sign right here is Colfax and Broadway. East of this, all the way east of this is where this gang takeover happened way out here east, somewhere around Yosemite, between Havana and Yosemite, probably Geneva, somewhere around there, probably Geneva Complex or something like that, or Helena. I think it might be Helena Street if I saw today. Helena Street is one of these, but I don't know where it is in the whole line. It's It's down here, somebody, or Troy, maybe. Troy, Scranton, Salem, Revere. We're looking for Helena, which is H's, so that'll be HI. Somewhere in here is going to be Helena Street or Iola. It's going to be around there, somewhere around there. And I know these complexes and stuff too. I've been there before.
Houses, it's the same thing. The bathrooms don't work a lot of times. He got 20.
Yeah, and this is a problem with motels and old, seedy, crappy areas of Denver, especially West Colfax. West Colfax has been around longer than East Colfax has. Aurora was sort of a newer thing in the last like 50 years. But West Colfax, way over here in this direction, way out in the other direction by Sloan's Lake, which is out here. I'm sorry, that's City Park. I'm sorry, where am I right now? I'm like, oh, I'm in Aurora. I'm sorry, yeah. So way out here by Sloan's Park, which is where we lived for like fucking 7 years or something like that. I come from West Denver, which is where essentially Colfax ends and becomes essentially. I'm sorry. Well, Colfax doesn't really end. But yeah, it's like this is. I mean, Colfax does end. It ends in Denver West. It ends like here's I-70 and 6th, and Colfax is this street here. It kind of does, I'm sorry, there's Colfax, and it keeps going all the way out, but it does basically turn into I-70 at this point. But so this is where I drove taxi, this whole area over here for 20 years or something like that. Or what? I mean, I drove for 13 years. Sorry, I drove taxi and drove the West Side Denver for 13 years. But mainly, I drove the West Side Denver, and I'll tell this story because it's an interesting one. I-70 will take you right out to the airport, and Denver people pay between $40 and $90 for a ride to the airport because it's like 26 miles, right? 26 miles on a taxi meter is like $80, right? So I made my living for 13 years getting up at 3 a.m. somewhere in central Denver or West Denver, depending on where I was. It was either Platt Park in central Denver or West Denver, and I would take people either to Boulder or to the airport, which is way the fuck out here, and so I would do this diagonal push through I-70 all the way out there to where you hit the airport. And and that was my life, and I drove east-west Denver all the time, and so I know Denver like the back of my fucking hand, like these people. And I like this guy, but he's also an ICE agent, and I don't trust ICE agents. I think they're a large part of the problem, actually. I will just be honest about it. I believe this guy is a large part of our problem as our identity crisis in America. We are these people that the ICE agents try to evict. We are these people, and this crisis, I think it stems from this guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he's massively influential and all that stuff. I think a lot of our current American crisis stems from ICE agents like this guy, who just really want to exclude people of other races because the government told them so or some such, and it's disgusting.
It's just
America is the melting pot. We've always been the melting pot. Bring us, you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor. What he's saying is anti-American. His job was anti-American, and he's a fucking traitor like his daddy Trump.
It's not. Look, these people are trying to get in the U.S., but the smugglers are taking advantage of them just as much.
Is there such a thing as good and evil, or is there only like placing self-interest above the wants and needs of others?
That's too philosophical for him. Too philosophical for him. Yep.
Yeah, no, I totally...
But it matters because the evil of the way that the system has dealt with this is greater than the sins that we're saving. The evil of kicking them out is worse than the reality of just fixing the problems. It actually is. And where the fuck are they going to go? If they're from Venezuela, where the fuck are they going to go? Where the fuck are they going to go? If it's not here, it's nowhere.
You get it, like when
we love you, Venezuelans, and we want you to live in our country just like every other race that moved into this country. The American melting pot is the American dream, and for anybody to say otherwise is anti-American. And we want these strong people who have been exodused from their country, and they've been pariahed, and the poverty is real, and they see something greater and they want to be a part of it. I respect that. I want them here. I do. I want an open border. These people can only make us stronger. If they're poor, that's because of us. We let the price gouging kill everything. We let the fiscal conservatives stack away until there's no rainy day. It's just a lot of our faults and issues and problems actually stem from us.
Increased.
It's always from within. It's almost always within. Anybody in the dating scene will tell you the problem almost always stems from within. It actually is within.
Look at...
This guy wants to blame other people. I think it comes from him. I think he is the problem, honestly.
What we think good and evil is it structured on the fundamentals of like religion? Like when we look at...
Nope. Good and evil is very simple. Do you cause the suffering of other people or don't you? If you don't, then you're a good person.
Your skill has increased.
You're a bad person. It's very simple. Do you cause or enable or cease or through laziness or bureaucracy somehow prevent evil from happening? Then you're a good person. If you don't, then you're a bad person. It's very simple. Religion has nothing the fuck to do with it. Don't listen to this goddamn right-wing fucking ICE agent moron. Don't listen to him. He's killing America. Quite literally with his family values of excluding everybody who isn't white. I'm sorry, but that's not family fucking values. That's the opposite.
Religious person, then you have this foundation.
He cites God as his reason, always. Which frankly
your
is
skill
just
has increased.
Fucking disgusting to me.
Of what you believe.
Don't cite religion and God as your fucking reason for wanting to play world police and kicking everybody out. God has no place in that argument.
Good and evil is. Like you read the
God
Bible.
told you
believe in the
to love and respect your fellow man. It's even in the Ten Commandments. Do unto others. You know, boom, I hit you with the golden rule every time. This isn't the golden rule, piece of shit fucking traitor. This is exclusionism. And the opposite of the golden rule, you want to kick everybody out. You don't know shit about religion and the golden rule. You are foul and wicked. You are a wicked man.
Commandments or whatever. So you have this foundation of what is good. If you don't have that in your life,
you are an ICE agent in immigrant era fucking America. You are pretty much around everything that I hate. Fuck you.
Ever grown up with that and you don't have this foundation, do you understand what is really right or wrong? Like if you're told it's okay to rob from people because they're richer than you, like that's been built into your foundation since you were a youth. So
who is raised like that? Who is raised like that? I don't know anybody who thinks that. Do you? Maybe you know a crazy person who has no limits, yeah? But I don't think you know anybody who doesn't know the difference between right and wrong. I mean, I think it probably happens, but it's not as common as this guy's trying to say it is. I think most people are born with a fairly good moral code as to thou shalt not kill and all that other stuff. Thou shalt not steal. I think most people are actually fundamentally good, but are just forced to be bad. You know, it kind of sucks like that. Some people are evil. We have bad actors. We do. But, like, I don't know. The foundation is not a religion. It's in morality, which you want to say is religious. No. It's easy to say that putting these people in cells while you make them wait for some asylum thing is probably really evil to do to them. And you're kind of evil to do it. And you are the tools by which our xenophobic, piece of shit, right-wing fucking fuck-up leaders enact their fascism in the world.
I think people can be programmed kind of to live a life of crime, but is there true good and evil? I've seen a lot of what I believe is evil in my life. I interviewed this one guy. He was from Laos at a prison. He was supposed to get out for parole. I'd asked him about this woman that he had killed in her house. He was doing her lawn. He broke in, went upstairs, killed her in the room, rolled her in a carpet, and tried to set the house on fire to cover up the crime. So I asked him if he had remorse about the crime, and he laughed to me. He started laughing about it. And at that laugh, I still, to this day, this was probably 15 years ago, to this day, I still can hear that laugh in the back of my head. It was just...
Now, notice how this man's race came up from Laos. It's a piece of shit, worthless white racist. Fuck him, he's worthless.
So... to me, it felt demonic, like when he was...
No, it feels demonic to me how you pointed out what his race and his country was. You don't think we've got people like that here? White people like that here. You don't think we got people like that here? But you want to point out Laos for some fucking reason? Because you're a closet fucking piece of shit, worthless fucking bigoted racist. And I can sense it in you like the dark side. You roll with the dark side, motherfucking Sith. Clear as day. Take your racist fucking bullshit xenophobia somewhere the fuck else. Weird piece of shit white man bigot acting badly.
Even now, and
You brought up Laos for a fucking reason. We all know why you did that. Remember how King of the Hill tried to save the reputation of Laos for like 15 years? Remember Khan Supanusen phone? Remember what, honestly, a really awesome white man did? You know, Mike Judge, remember what he did for the reputation for Laos? And here you are trying to set it back, you piece of shit, closet, fucking idiot, racist, cocksucker, fuck you. And your racism, you couch it and hide it pretty well, but it's obvious as goddamn feet clear as day to me. It's clear as day. And you're the ones running ICE. No wonder. No wonder the border is a fucking disaster.
You can still hear that cackle that he had, and it was...
What's going on right now?
You're evil. Yeah, that cackle. Yeah. You're evil. Yep.
Right now really has to, when you look at it and you look at the history of it, really has to do with the sanctuary status of the state. This is a sanctuary state. There's been a lot of newcomers that have come here, a lot of migrants that have come up from the border. And we've got this small element of criminal, illegal aliens that have come up from Venezuela that are starting to cause some problems in some of the apartment complexes.
Before proceeding, I'd like to define what a sanctuary city actually...
Now, if you were in a room with a person who, a Laotian, if you were in a room with a Laotian, would you have said what you said? Would you have said what country they were from? No, you're about making a racist point, you piece of shit racist. You can't hide from me. If you were in the room with Khan Supanusen phone, would you have said what you said? No, you would have been a little bit more sensitive about your fucking piece of shit white racism barely couched in fucking civility. It's disgusting. It's basically, to me, it's like the modern goddamn Jim Crow. It's the modern Jim Crow. And he's up running ICE at the fucking border, no less, you know? Most racist thing I've heard in a long time.
Means. As it currently stands, there are 633 counties in the U.S.
You don't think we got sick white boys here who killed their wives and cackle afterwards? Should we talk about Hoboken, New Jersey, as opposed to Laos? Huh? Shall we? Shall we talk about Ohio? Dayton, Ohio. And the white boys who probably cackle after they killed their wives. Doesn't matter? No, but you really seem to really make a point about how this guy from Laos killed some girl, you know? And it's weird. That's that weird racism that we always catch you at, that you just can't seem to stop doing. You always say they're eating cats and stuff, and it's really weird. That weird racism makes you less of an American to me than them. Are you aware of it? You're example of a bad actor American that I don't want. Just being honest.
Enforcing sanctuary policies, which prohibit local law enforcement, like Aurora PD, from communicating or working with any federal law enforcement agencies, like the U.S. Border Patrol or Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Texas, the state with the highest number of illegal border crossings, has no sanctuary cities or counties at all, which 7 months ago led Texas Governor Greg Abbott to charter thousands of packed buses full of migrants from the Texas border into sanctuary cities, like Chicago, New York City, and Denver, in order to make a statement to progressive lawmakers who he felt weren't taking the border issue seriously.
Tonight, Governor Greg Abbott's office revealed the state just bussed its first group of migrants from the border to Denver, Colorado. His office added since April of last year, Texas has paid to transport more than 19,000 migrants to Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia.
It was shortly after this that Aurora city government began taking notice of the gang threat. So the gang itself, when did you first start seeing Tren de Aragua activity in the Aurora area?
So I first found out about Tren de Aragua after there was this mass gathering of roughly 5,000 people that happened July 29th. And they had gathered in anticipation of the Venezuelan election outcome.
The crowd expected an autocrat to be thrown out of power.
But about 5,000 of them gathered within an hour and took over an entire shopping center that left people, essentially trapped in their cars that were already, parked in spaces. People were trapped in stores.
Nigga, the Venezuelans is taking over. They just jacked them?
You hear them yelling that someone just got jacked. You hear them yelling that they were just almost hit by a car. A Target employee was assaulted. They ransacked that Target, shooting guns off into the air, multiple crimes.
Several months after the crazy election party, another incident took place, allegedly predating the extortion video that went viral.
So what the original police report states, they showed up at the apartment complex office. They beat one of the property managers very badly. They hospitalized him, and then they held a gun to the maintenance man's head and the cleaning lady's head, robbed her, and told them, "You will never return to this property." Then the trash wasn't being taken out. Different things started happening.
We trolls here at Malakajin have prospered from the land. Stone Talon Mountain offers great hunting for us to live on.
But a lot of folks
Lately,
also
we have attracted the wrong dinner
leaving
guests. The spiders in these mountains have been raiding our camps at night, looking to steal our hunt. If you were to help us kill off these ghastly beasts, we at Malakajin would be in your debt. Spiders are everywhere in Stone Talon. Just head north from here and you will see what I'm talking about. Ah, a letter from Darsok. I have not heard from him in many years. So the last of the blood feathers are dead, eh? That is good news. I can remember when my friend Rokan went with that crazy Moknathal to kill her older sister. Ah, to be young again, like you. So excited I am. 3 little cages for 3 little elves. But what shall we do with our lovely tree-hugging friends? Why, let's give them a taste of, what do they call it? Forest magic. I'll need a good mess of Stone Talon sap. From those horrid felines, bring me some twilight whiskers. This calls for plenty of coarser eyes, of course. Can never have enough eyes. Oh, and lest we forget, a precious scale from a fey dragon. Hurry to Stone Talon Peak, adventurer, so I can brew some forest magic.
What was happening around them. They saw their surroundings. So a lot of folks just also started leaving. What folks like the Romeros told me that they saw happening is that as soon as someone would leave, someone who was acting as the broker amongst this group would go in, take photos of the apartment, and within a few hours, a migrant family would be moved in.
For context, the Romeros are the family who submitted the surveillance video of the robbery and moved out of the apartments shortly after.
And I think the last count, and that this is like 2 or 3 months ago, I think the Denver metro area, we've absorbed over 70,000 migrants. So I'm sure there's some sort of communication amongst that community, and these apartments were being rented out.
As Danielle continued to explain it, I began to understand how theoretically an apartment building could be taken over if you were down to beat up landlords and had access to an under-the-table network of tens of thousands of people either living in shelters or on the streets. It's pretty simple. Step 1, pull up tripping on the building management, everybody who works there, and make them leave the property for good. Step 2, walk up and down the hallways, knock on every door, and threaten the leaseholding renters and make them leave, while simultaneously trashing the property and neglecting basic services, so anybody who refuses will leave because it sucks so bad there. Step 3, once all the original residents and staff have fled, begin using back channels to move undocumented families into the units. Step 4, begin acting as landlord and collecting rent from them. If true and even possible, this sounds like an insanely creative Ocean's 11 style heist, engineered by an ingenious posse of multinational bandits.
And they think they can make this money because they've seen it in the media, they've seen it in Hollywood. And what it does is these young men come here, they're not looking to work, they're not looking to jump on a construction crew or really bust their butt to make some money. They want to make it illicitly, and they're willing to do it through violence. And it's just stuff that has to be dealt with.
What's the solution?
For me, I look at it as we need to get back to a broken window strategy. And this was a strategy that was used in New York City in the late 90s, where they started arresting criminals for even lower level things that they were doing.
Broken windows policing is the belief that arresting people for minor quality of life offenses stops larger crimes from happening.
Yeah.
And that way you identify who they are. You start
if somebody breaks the window and then just walks by, well, why not just go in the house? You know, at that point you have other people in the community who are like, well, I didn't break the window, but I can go in the house now, and I'm probably going to do that because there might be something in there I can take. You know, and that sucks, and they're right about this.
Aggro.
Oh, there is a Steam thing? Yeah, oh, it's Baegon. Hey, want to dip into DDO. I just resubbed, problem with the TR and start grinding soon. Sure, I could do... Hardcore's come on like a virus to me. I'll download now. Lotro too. No, just kidding. I got a whisper from a friend. Discord. Where's Discord at? Discord is not on my bar. Why is Discord not on my bar? I download Dungeons and Dragons Online. Dungeons and Dragons Online. Dungeons and Dragons. Oops. Dungeons and Dragons Online. I don't know how I don't have this on my list. I guess I used to use their launcher. Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons Online. The sound of this stupid Kodo is pissing me off. I got a distraction. Yeah, that's fine. It is cheap.
Aggro.
My sound is too loud.
To see what they're doing, and you get them off the street faster. With that, ICE needs to be able to work with local law enforcement and be able to identify these gang members and deport them as soon as possible. Just get them out of the community. If they're not here to help America, They should be out of America.
After my sit-downs with John and Danielle, I'd heard enough about the alleged severity of the Tren de Aragua gang. After all, much like Donald Trump, they're both soon to be running for re-election, so I had to take what they said with a grain of salt. We decided to finally head on over and check out the property, conveniently located just a stone's throw from Colfax Street, a run-down yet diverse corridor connecting Aurora to downtown Denver. The complex was absolutely crawling with cops, who'd been deployed to escort Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman for a walkthrough.
What the hell's going on? Says not everything that is said on the news is true. Ma'am, what can you tell us about what's going on?
Bien, me encantan los Estados Unidos. Me ha ido bien, gracias a Dios.
As depicted earlier, every person that I talked to at the complex was employed, mostly working trade jobs and manual
Every single person, right?
labor.
No.
¿Qué haces para trabajo
No
aquí?
one's sitting around. I think that's a weird, assumption.
El skipping.
Yo soy un padre trabajador. Yo me paro todos los días. Me voy a las 5 de la mañana a trabajar. Llego a las 4 de la tarde. Ese es el oficio mío, todos los días trabajar. Yo no soy ningún delincuente ni nada. Aquí hay mucha gente trabajadora, mecánico, mucha gente que le echa pichón día a día, como dice dicho. Sí. Yo soy electricista. Sí. Yo tengo ya un año y medio trabajando en esa compañía como electricista. Sí. Y ahí estoy, gracias a Dios.
They drink hard, they play hard, but they work hard, just like me, I love drinking with Mexicans. Sounds racist, but actually, I'm not a racist. I lived in a Mexican apartment complex for 2 years when I lived in Maui, Hawaii, before Lahaina burned, and in Lahaina, and I loved living with the Mexicans and stuff. I didn't hear English spoke for 2 years, and I was the white boy who was talking on the headphones to my girlfriend and stuff. But but it was a really awesome experience and stuff, and I don't see much difference between our cultures. I think they're fairly the same, actually. I think Mexicans and Americans are actually the closest that the cultures get on this planet, believe it or not.
Things have been quite hectic for the past couple months.
I think Australia is fairly close to us as well. I think Australia is more close to us than than Britain is. Britain's got its own thing. Yeah, I've always felt like a kinship to like Colombians, South Americans, Mexicans and stuff. I think America is America. I don't really think there should be borders at all.
Aggro.
Venimos a hacer lo bueno aquí, como hay
There
personas.
should be borders when there's stuff like, when you pass a border, they should ask you, do you have COVID? Are you sick? Will you make us sick? Do you have invasive species? Borders should exist, right? But that's it. Those questions should be the three questions. Do you have anything to declare? That kind of thing. And that's it. That's all that the borders ever needed to be. That's about as much fucking rigidity as they have. Anybody can cross a border. There's nothing that can really stop you. You can even drive over a border, or take a bus. I mean, the borders they exist in certain countries, but they're hard to enforce, and I'm not sure they're very helpful.
Hacer lo malo. Tiempo atrás, semanas atrás, yo sentía temor de estar aquí adentro. Muchas veces disparos, muchas fiestas, muchas rumbas, muchas cosas malas, pero yo no sé quién hace esas cosas malas porque yo no salgo en.
Si somos 390 familias, que hayan 2, 3, 4 malos, no quiere decir que todos seamos malos. No. Yo creo que las autoridades competentes son las que se tienen que abocar a este problema, a descubrir la realidad, la verdad.
Before we arrived, police had apparently searched every single unit up and down for evidence of gang activity and found nothing.
Llegó la policía y revisó todo el apartamento para ver si tenían armamento y no encontraron nada.
No todos somos así, estamos trabajando y echándole ganas a la vida.
Nosotros somos personas buenas, también de buen corazón, y que queremos mucho este país también.
According to many of the residents that I spoke to, the gang members in the video fled the city and state as soon as the video went viral.
Bueno, lo que yo había escuchado antes que sí había, pero ya como la mayoría de las personas me han dicho, no, ya todos se han ido para diferentes estados.
Aquí no están.
Sí, se fueron, aquí no están.
A couple days after I filmed these interviews, 9 of the perpetrators, including Cookie, were arrested elsewhere in the county. While I was at the property, I caught the strange vibe that some of the residents were relatively amused by the whole situation and its manufactured severity. After all, many of them, like Daniel, who I interviewed, had just embarked on a very real, death-defying voyage across 9 countries and 3,400 miles to reach the U.S. Something a lot scarier than a couple gang members allegedly living at your apartment complex.
¿Estás de Caracas?
No, de Portugués.
¿Es una ciudad pequeñita o una...?
Pequeña, es como una zona así del llano. O sea, una campera del campo.
¿Cuántas semanas fue tu viaje para
Venezuela? I do have a lot of room on my C drive. Maybe I should move Fallout 76, huh? Yeah, install to D for this, because I don't know, 15 gigs if I'm playing the game is probably a good idea, because that's actually not that much. And I will move Fallout 76 as well, because I didn't know that I had all that room. That's insane. Fallout 76 should definitely be... boring playthrough, but good to do once. They work so hard.
Para comer en la calle, pidiendo plata.
Caminando en la selva.
En la selva, en los otros países, en México.
Mucha gente dije que la parte en la selva, en la Darien, es la parte más difícil, ¿es verdad?
Bueno, para mí fue lo más fácil.
¿Qué fue la parte más difícil de todo?
México, por los policías. Le teníamos que correr a los policías porque nos querían atrapar y vaina, pero yo no caminaba.
Daniel's story about his issues with Mexican authorities at their southern border is one I'd heard before from a Senegalese migrant that I met in Arizona.
Mexico, the Mexico is fucked up though.
The cops?
Yeah, my bro. Dang.
Like the Mexican border patrol.
Mexican boy, Joe, I spending $5,000.
They extorted you?
Yeah, though. The guy is taking me my watch, my heart, and my AirPods, because I don't have the money, man, in my pocket. I use my card. Yeah, my bank.
¿Y la frontera aquí fue fácil?
Bueno, para mí, yo me entregué y sí fue fácil.
You can't wear AirPods outside anymore. Not really, I would say. Not without, you can't do stupid shit like that anymore. You got to keep your shit in a backpack or something and keep it hidden. And if you're pulling it out in public, do it in a public place. Don't I don't know. It's like these days, if you're hopping the border, I wouldn't bring stuff like AirPods with me at all. You're just gonna get those jacked immediately. Ooh, look, I got a nice enchant bracer, lesser spirit. Nice. Yeah, that's good.
Aggro.
Vamos al siguiente día de una vez.
¿En Texas o Arizona? ¿Dónde?
En Texas.
¿El Río?
No, por ahí por Juárez.
El Paso.
Yeah.
Ok. ¿Tienes familia ahora aquí?
No, aquí yo estoy solo. Pasé solo, llegué solo aquí, entré en un refugio, después conseguí trabajo, gracias a Dios, y ahorita...
¿Toda tu familia ahora es en Venezuela?
Toda.
¿Y hablan con ellos en WhatsApp?
Sí, gracias a Dios.
¿Y tu plan es ganar dinero aquí y después regresar o quieres vivir aquí para toda tu vida?
Bueno, si sale Maduro, si me quiero regresar, pues, si sale. Quiero regresar, quiero estar con mi familia, con mi hija, con mis abuelos, mi mamá, con mi hermana, mis primos, mis tías, ¿sí me entiendes?
Aquí solo tienes amigos.
Solo conocidos, sí, conocidos. La meta es cambiarnos de lugar porque, de verdad, una zona donde está supuestamente es caliente. O sea, la idea es mudarnos también.
As I continued to learn, basically everybody living in the complex wants to move out. Inside the units, it appears that almost nothing is working, and tenants say the landlord company, CBZ Management, hasn't accepted payments in 3 months.
Office has been closed. Nobody can pay the rent. It's shut down over there.
When did that happen?
Like 3 months. The office is shut down. Nobody there will take the bill.
It's shut down because of the gangs?
I don't know. Nobody can take the bill.
Okay. If you can recall our interview earlier with Danielle Jurinsky, Aurora City Councilwoman, she told us that around 3.5 months ago, TDA members beat up the landlord.
And then they held a gun to the maintenance man's head and the cleaning lady's head, robbed her, and told them you will never return to this property.
And that the gang was now collecting rent, a claim which tenants totally deny.
Yo no he padecido de...
Oh God, are you gonna make me do a sign-in? No, don't make me do a sign-in. I don't remember my fucking shit. I don't remember at all. Oh no, don't make me do a sign-in.
Aggro.
What does Wonder Goon mean?
Aggro. Aggro.
Going deeper into the spider. Does DDO have hardcore? Wait, did you start this? Yeah, I want you to start it now.
Aggro.
Wait, the sound is too high. Yeah, drop it down to, what is it? It's like 15. Yeah, and the effects are 30. I think that's good. Yep, music. Okay, we good. And then we'll come over here and we'll pull. Oh, I think she needs to sit down, actually. Yeah, she should sit down.
Me cobra, yo tengo mi contrato y hasta hace 3 meses le pagábamos al dueño de acá, que fue cuando estalló el problema, que ellos nos abandonaron.
Te digo que estaba pagando mi arriendo, nos cancelaron, no nos aceptan ahorita, que no nos están aceptando el dinero.
Nosotros pagamos el arriendo día, mes a mes, y el dueño de aquí no ha venido para darnos alguna explicación de lo que se va a hacer con el conjunto de departamento aquí.
De todo lo que ha pasado en los edificios son los dueños, los managers, es lo único. Porque nosotros no supimos que traímos a personas malas para acá, ¿no? Ellos llegaron porque esto estaba sin dueño y sin riesgo, entonces tampoco nosotros tenemos seguridad aquí igual.
As I interviewed residents, I could see out of the corner of my eye the first biker arrive. As I mentioned earlier, there were rumors swirling online about the Hells Angels showing up to hold Alldayerrydaybaby to justice, so I was eager to hear what he had to say.
How's it going, brother?
Good.
I'm good. How you doing? What's your initial take? What do you think?
I don't see anything that lets me believe that there's a potential migrant takeover of this neighborhood. I'm always willing to readjust my stance based on evidence, but so far, I haven't seen anything that suggests that that's true. The Venezuelan gang thing is...
Most of the games on my channel are hardcore now.
Aggro.
Okay, she's healed. Oh, I have Protect now, huh? Or no, am I 7? Yeah, I am 7, so I can use my Protect scroll, which is good. Let's use this Jack-o'-lantern since I'm doing stuff. Here's my Protect and my Protectress scroll. Protect and Protectress skull.
Aggro.
Sell it, yes. But where are you, though? I don't see you. Baselith. You're not giving me the target. There it is. Oh, yep, there you are.
Aggro.
Oh, it's an elite. Never mind. I don't want the elite. I don't want to die here. elite is no good. We don't want an elite. We want a rare. I think it's actually the item economy. The item, all the items actually. Deep moss eggs. Am I supposed to do these too? No, this is gonna pop like 2 on me, isn't it? Or no, 1. Yeah, 1. Or no, it's just an easy spider. No, yeah, it's like an easy spider, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. I guess maybe they pop it. Oops.
Aggro. Aggro.
I want to finish this. I guess I'm done. Oh no, I'm not even. No, I do have to do 15 eggs. God damn it. Yeah, that's alright. I can always like probably get away, hopefully. I don't want to aggro that though. Oh yeah, I'll be here for a little while, but that's alright. Actually, I'm mostly done. Oh no, I'm done with killing. All I need is the eggs. Okay.
Aggro. Aggro.
Now, why didn't this start? Did I start this? I didn't start. Oh, I did. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, so I have to sign in. And I have to get away from this right now. Eggs? Any eggs around or anything? No, no eggs around. I'll come back once it's spawned. I'm going to sprint out and log. I don't need to fight anything, I don't think. Yeah, I don't really need to fight anything here. So, yeah, there's no eggs lying here. I'll just wait for everything to respawn and I'll log the character somewhere safe where I can't get aggro. Like, this looks fairly safe to me. I think all the spawns are back and I think it's like fairly safe to stealth log right here. Because if they aggro, I can always fight. Even 2 of them, I can probably kill them. They're like 5 levels lower than me, so... Okay, I'm going to log out there. I'm going to take a look at DDO. I don't remember. I'll have to go to my passwords. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's try. No. Okay, so. Oh no. I don't remember. Well, I don't know. I have to reset my password, I guess. That worked, though. That actually got me in. Why isn't it working over here? Maybe I just mistyped? Wait, what? Okay. Wait, you let me in, though. You're not okay. Then, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. Will you let me log in or whatever? Okay, download the game, but I mean I already have the game. Why aren't you letting me go in? Wait, oh, yep. I don't know what I don't know what iconic is. Oh, okay. I'll do whatever. And Discord if you wish to speak. You wish to play today? No? Working on login, but I'm oops, sorry, wrong chat. Okay, sweet. I don't know. Login seems to be separate. Yeah, lost my password. But I didn't lose my password, though. You're not letting me log in with this info. But it's not, though. But it's not. But it's not, though. Yeah, like, what is this now? It's like Dungeons and Dragons. What about DDO? Nope, DDO's not in this thing. I'm gonna have to make a fresh account, but see, that's weird. It's like I have a DDO account that was linked. Okay, so I guess we go back and we say lost your password. Or well, I don't know. Maybe you are. Oh, maybe that's part of it. Let's see. Yeah, I think I need to create a game account, I guess. So I have to sign up an account.
Okay, I think I finally got my headset to work.
What's up, buddy? I'm gonna get my mic a little closer. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. I reformat all the time, and it's hard to remember if I've got the settings right or not.
Oh, I ordered a new headset, but yeah, mine's like cables get more and more frayed as I go.
Yeah, it's coming through okay, which is good.
Yeah, I learned I have a bit of homework to do because of all the new shit they've reintroduced to the game. Or not reintroduced, just put it in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a trip. Last time we did this, it was like 2010, I think, or something like that. It's been a while. I am getting a problem with the sign up on DDO as usual. We'll see. Oh, maybe it just wants form resubmission. There we go. Sorry.
It's confusing too because like there's two different DDO sites, and the launcher won't link you to the one where you buy expansions and stuff. If you like when you first open up the game through Steam, it brings up the launcher.
Yeah.
And there's a link on the launcher like buy the Myth Draenor expansion. Should be the default one that pops up. Well, it doesn't work if you're in Steam, or at least it didn't work for me. So what I do, and I do this to support the game too. Yeah. If you buy anything through the Steam client, like through the DDO client, but launched through Steam, then Steam gets their like 30% cut or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
If you download it from like store.ddo.com or whatever the site is, and actually have like the standalone client, which is the exact same thing, you still don't have to have Steam.
They get all the money.
Yep. Because if they have it on Steam, they have to use Steam for payment processing. But if it's not on Steam, they use theirs, and they don't have to lose that cut. So yeah, you're actually screwing the small dev if you use Steam, which sucks.
Yeah.
I only use Steam when I'm running like a second account.
I value Steam because it tracks my hours, but that's it. That's the only reason. I really love the hours because I've got games on there like Rust with 5,000 hours on them, you know, where people know I'm somebody who actually like was there for the revolution, you know, kind of thing. But that's it. That's the only reason. I don't care about it otherwise. Not the achievements or anything.
Well, they've got a fucking tangled maze of how the reincarnations work.
Okay.
Because some reincarnations double up on the bonus you get. So I'm going at this with the idea that you don't know fuck all about the game.
I don't. I remember that it's like a hold left click to auto swing game, right? That's about the extent of what I remember about this game. I remember that there was some clickies that I could heal with, like a wand. And then it was mostly dungeons with a hub overworld. And that's like about it. That's all. Yeah.
Some of those are still correct.
Yeah, I'm sure some of it's changed.
With reincarnations, that's where it's gotten really fucky. So there's a bunch of different kinds. It was just heroic reincarnations. That's basically a class reincarnation. So you level up to 20, which used to be the old cap at one point. There have been a lot of level caps. But you level up to 20, and then you can ritually kill yourself and come back at level 1. And you get a feat for whatever class you were playing at the time. So if you were a fighter, predominantly fighter, so if you're a multi-class, it's whatever has the most levels. Mm-hmm. And if you have an equal, like 10-10 split, it's whichever class came out more I think it's whichever one came out more recently gets the feat. But anyway, you get a class feat, basically, for killing yourself when you were that class at 20. So that's the basic reincarnation. And this is kind of the metagame for DDO, and it always has been. It's running top-level content and reincarnating, so just leveling up over and over.
Yeah. I think ESO does that too. Yeah.
So they've got heroic reincarnation, and then they've got epic reincarnation. So level 20 through, I think it's 35 or 34 now. They keep increasing the level cap, and it was 32 last time I played a year ago. But when you level up to whatever the current... Actually, no, you only have to level 30. My bad. Yeah, so 1 through 20 is heroic levels. 20 through 30 is epic levels, and then anything over level 30 is legendary levels. And they haven't introduced legendary reincarnation yet. So what's interesting is, let's say that the cap is 35 and you level to 30, or sorry, the cap is 35, you level to 35.
Yeah.
Then you do like an epic reincarnation. So what epic does is it takes you and sets you back to level 20. So it doesn't kill you all the way to the beginning, and you get a nice feat. There's a lot of different epic feats you can pick up.
Mm.
It just lets you experience the game from an epic character perspective, where you're already leveled up and you're a fairly together character, and you're just doing the later content of the game.
Yeah. I would like to see the leveling experience, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna do the level 1 thing. I need to get Dragon Lord levels anyway. Dragon Lord is interesting. I haven't really looked at it much, but I think it basically combines like fighter and barbarian.
Okay.
Which seems very weird to me. Like, it gets rid of the Kensei tree, which is like the weapon master's tree that fighters get.
Yeah.
And it gives them, I think it's the frenzied berserker tree, if I'm not mistaken. It gives them one of the barbarian trees. So like, you're literally a fighter barbarian mix.
Okay, I'm currently installing the actual DDO client. I've uninstalled Steam now.
Well, you don't have to uninstall either one, but yeah. One thing that's popular to do is have like a second account that's just a bard.
Yeah.
And there's this add-on you can get called Dungeon Helper that gives you an auto follow, and like just use windowed screens and keep the bard following you, basically giving you buffs and heals when you need them.
Expeditious.
Well, the only run speed they get is their aura at level 12.
No way. They don't have expeditious retreat for themselves, don't they? Or
they do it for themselves.
Oh, for themselves. But you can't give it to the other people. Oh, that's a shame. In 11, you do. You can like Bard is like Bard gets an instant 3-second invite no matter all 23 years the game's been out. Bard gets an invite because they can just give you the whole party run speed. But it's only end game though. But yeah.
Well, people still auto invite at least one Bard for anything.
Yeah, I love Bard. Yeah, I'm a big Bard, so we'll see.
Well, the best buff Bard spec is where you go into War Chanter, because that's like
I think
the
that's
melee.
it. That's the one I normally
War
do.
Chanter is like the barbarian melee kind of tree for Bard.
Yep.
Because at the top tier, it has like 6% more double strike, which is a double hit with your weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It gives like that, and then it gives 15% action boost run speed, which like there's special boosts you can get that are like 15-second buffs, and one of them is a sprint boost, so you can make yourself run faster. Well, the Bard gives everybody in his raid group, even raid if it's a 12-man, he gives everybody in the raid group or party 15% boost as a passive. So that's actually huge for people.
15% boost of just like passive speed.
Yeah, just flat out run speed. So bards have flat out damage increases, and they have that run speed if you're a war chanter, and you get some other nice stuff. But as Spellsinger, though, the thing people like in Spellsinger, which is the bard casty tree, is
there's a casty tree. Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah, so they have a duelist tree, a barbarian-ish tree, and a casty tree. And the duelist-ish tree is the only one that doesn't give any buffs. The duelist one is literally just like you're a duelist and you poke things with an EP and you stand there like a... Well,
okay, so yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to give probably the best buffs.
Well, the duelist one is really shit right now.
Yeah.
So usually what people like the most is they go into Spellsinger, the caster one. You can play as a melee bard, but you go into Spellsinger because I forget what level you have to beat.
I don't mind spells in DDO, I would imagine, because you don't have to like sit and wait turns or anything, right? You can just click the spell.
There's no turn waiting.
There's no turn waiting? Okay.
Once you hit level 6, I think it is, you're deep enough in Bard where you get this song you can cast on everybody in the party all at once. Or no, it's one per time. But anyway, you get a song you can give that gives someone a long-term healing over time. Like, it'll be 6 minutes at first and it only gets longer from there, and it gives healing over time based on your spell power and their healing amp and everything. So it's a really good heal, and it's the only heal in the game that's more than like a 5 or 10 second heal. So that's really neat because you can cast that heal on. It's free healing because normally you don't have to use spell points or anything like that.
I love free healing. Yeah, that's like Peon. Yeah.
Well, when you give someone your normal song that you just give people,
it also gives them that heal.
Ooh.
It can't be removed by anything. So like if there's a
It can't
beholder
be
that strips all your
dispelled?
buffs,
Oh, wow.
yeah, it cannot be dispelled. So it's great because when you jump into a dungeon, you can cast it on everybody and they can just run their own way. And even if they can't self heal, that healing spell will usually keep you up pretty well.
Yeah, that's like 11 has the same. Yeah.
So that's what most bards, especially leveling up bards, do is they go into Spell Singer and get that healing spell add on to their. It's literally like an augment to their song they already do.
Yeah, see,
and then you go into War Chanter and get all the beady stuff.
Ooh, cool. Yeah, double strike.
That's normally what you do. That is the buff bard spec. Is you go into the caster tree to get the Healy song, and then you go into the beady stuff.
I like it. That fits my theme. Yeah.
If you go straight beady stuff, the problem is War Chanter doesn't really get good until level 12. With the enhancement trees, like the top tier stuff is all level 12 or higher.
Yep.
So because the Healy song is not a top thing, you can get it at level 6, was when you get enough points to like invest high. So anyway, as far as race goes, it doesn't really matter too much. Like if you want to be a clueless noob that's hard to kill, Warforged is a good idea because they have immunity to like negative levels and some other stuff, but Warforged also get half healing from healing spells.
Yeah.
So it'll be hard to keep yourself up. Like humans, a good basic one, or Asimar. I think if you're VIP, you should have access to that.
I'm having a problem, I think. I'm waiting for it to finish downloading. It's almost there, but I'm having this problem where when I try to sign into DDO, it sends me back to my Standing Stone Games account, which only reflects Lotro, and I may have hit a block there, and I don't know. I'm gonna make a new account, I guess. Is what I did.
No, oh, I know what you have to do to get.
Do you know what I have to do?
You won't be able to do it right away, so you might actually just want to make a different Standing Stone Games account.
I probably will.
You have to submit a help request.
Oh,
at least this is what I had to do to get Lotro, because I wanted to play on the same account. I had to submit a help request. They got back to me like within a few hours, but that's not what we're looking for right here, unfortunately. So they got back to me eventually, and then they have to, like, on their side, this is if it hasn't changed from a decade ago. It was a while ago, but that's how it used to work, is they had to actually add the other game's permissions to your account.
You see, I'm having a problem where, like when I try to log into the account at DDO, it sends me to Standing Stone Games, and I'm having I may be cock-blocked here. I may have to do the help process because.
No, Standing Stone Games is their like over account.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the game's almost downloaded here. We'll see. I don't have a login option yet. We'll find out. I might not be cock-blocked yet.
And they might have fixed it. I don't know if they did or not. It's been a while.
I don't think so.
I'm
seeing a loop here where I probably might have to contact them once because I can't get past the Standing Stones. It sends me to the Standing Stone website. I can't get past it, so we'll see. I'm almost done.
Okay.
It's downloading in loading screens now, so I'm basically ready to try. But I've tried now like 20 times. I don't think I'm gonna get past this. So I think I'll have to contact them. But we'll see. That was all on Steam. We'll see if this other client lets me do it.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It would be. I hope so. We'll see. I had this problem last time I dealt with them. Lotro's a pain in the ass to return to. You have to do this kind of stuff. It's annoying. Oh, now it's doing other updates too. Oh, no, I'm only 55% overall. Never mind, I've got a few more minutes. Took a minute before it showed me. Spellsinger Bard. Spellsinger Bard builds. Evocation, Sonic DPS, or Enchantment focused. Probably go
I can walk you through the build when you get there.
Yeah, I would prefer your advice. Yeah, I'm just trying to crash like anything I can do while I'm stuck here waiting. Sustaining Song.
That sucks because they added a new race. I lost my racial completionist buff, so I have to immediately go grind up that race 3 times.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put Eladrin in. It's like an elf variant, but
Wait, Illadrin? Is that what you said?
yeah, Eladrin.
Illadrin, okay.
Yeah, they're like Fey elves essentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, so with Eladrin, they look like they're essentially elves in terms of the bonuses and stuff they get, but they have like a monk thing where you can pick which season you want to be in, and each season buffs a different stat.
Yeah.
Monks have a similar thing with like monk stances, but yeah, it's like you can go into summer stance and you get extra damage and probably extra like healing received and stuff like that.
What's the most mindless melee build? Like
Paladin.
Like face roll, just one button Paladin. Okay.
But you're not looking to play a Paladin. You wouldn't be any helpful. You would definitely be someone I'm carrying in my bag a lot if you like
I
Paladin.
don't like Paladins.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, Paladin is basically just you run up and you whack at stuff and you have self-healing.
Yeah,
which
I mean,
is
I know.
step over other melees.
Yep.
Otherwise, like Barbarian or Fighter, but they both have a little more complexity to them.
See, I meant like, what's the most face roll DPS? Like,
Well, there's all kinds of different face roll. Like, Artificer is confusing as fuck, but if you're just trying to do the basics, like run and gun with a repeating crossbow, then it's really simple. You just run around and you left click and things die.
Maybe I should do that, because it's going to be hard for me to focus on this game. If the build requires me to think a lot, it might actually be a barrier, sort of.
You won't have to think very much. Bard's not that confusing. You can't swap your spells on Bard either. Like, you get your spells when you level up, and you can't just swap them freely.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Okay.
Well, yeah, that Bard, Sorcerer, and
But why wouldn't you use the spells, right? They're all good spells, I would imagine.
Yep. No, I'm saying when you level up, you pick your spell, and you can swap the spells, but it's not easy. They have a barrier. It's supposed to be you commit to your spell
like
and you don't change it.
Yeah, it's like a respec. Yeah.
So, well, they make it harder to respec, which is how it should be. I mean, if you play tabletop D&D, those classes can't freely change their spells as easily either. It's like, I think it's like when you level up, you can change one of your spells.
Yeah,
on
you gotta
tabletop
go.
too.
I mean, how would you go about that? You would have to go back to some cleric like trainer in some big city, wouldn't you? Most of the time. I mean, how would a Dungeons and Dragon player respec? What's the actual process?
You can just do it from your menus. If we're talking just enhancement swaps, it costs silver. Like
No, I'm talking about the actual tabletop game. In the game of D&D, where
you go say pretty please to your dungeon master.
Oh, to the DM. Only the DM can.
There are no
to
rules
you?
about respecing.
Oh, really? No, I didn't know that. Okay, I thought they.
If you respec, it's because you literally went up to your dungeon master and said, "Hey, I don't like this thing. Is it okay if I undo it and do something else?"
See, now in most
your DM has
games,
to agree.
They have you go back to the Thieves Guild or whatever and talk to the head thief to talk.
Yeah, I'm talking about like tabletop D&D. Like when you hit level 4 and you pick your feat.
Yeah.
That feat is part of your character now. You can't just swap it out.
See, I had always assumed that they went back to like Baldur's Gate or Neverwinter to some trainer. That was my assumption. I didn't know.
Well, your DM might role play it in that way. You need to go back to town and spend an in-game day while everyone else is having fun. You have to go there and train, or the DM might just say, "Hey, come, just update your sheet and come back next week," and that's fine.
Right.
It's not, like I said, it's talk to your dungeon master is how it works in tabletop, because there are no rules and you're not supposed to be swapping around.
I love that. Yeah.
It's all whatever the DM finds permissible.
See, I had assumed that they had written it into the spell book that you had to go to a place in the world somewhere, but that's a bad assumption, I guess. I am at still 55 and 40, I guess. Has 2 bars overall and files and.
Oh, that's fine. I'm still gonna be a while till I'm ready. I reincarnated epically, so I went back to level 20 to get a feat I was missing. And now I am a sorcerer, but I'm switching to be an alchemist, which takes a level 20 heart. These are like if I was just gonna buy this item, it's not even available usually, but you have to buy it as like a $20 pack.
Ugh.
So I just happened to have some because I knew I was gonna want them in the future again. That lets you. It's a plus 20 heart, which lets you literally rebuild your character. It's 20 class changes you can make when you level up again.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So the plus 20 heart is not something you can buy usually. Usually the only thing you can buy is a plus 5 heart. So 5 class changes allowed. And if you want to do like a full-on rebuild, you're better off just starting over at level 1, because that'll take 5 of those +5, or sorry, 4 +5 hearts, but there's a 3-day cooldown between doing that kind of reincarnation back to back. So it would literally take 4 of these hearts that cost like $15 base anyway, baseline cost, and then it would take you like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So the +20 hearts actually a really neat thing to have when you're like me, where I've just taken like a year off from the game and I'm coming back and there's radically different stuff I want to do.
It's weird. I'm experiencing this conflicting desire, pretty
Your
much
skill has
50-50
increased.
between like spell singer bard or just a face roll fucking two weapon hand fighter.
I'm telling you, the bard's a better option.
Is it? Well, I mean, yeah, for the duo. What are you going to play? You said you were going to play Alchemist?
Fighter.
Or no, you're playing Fighter. Oh, okay.
I am respecing myself into an Alchemist so I can get the feat for killing myself as an Alchemist, because I still need all these feats. You can get 3 of them. So like I can kill myself as an Alchemist 3 times and I get a bonus all 3 times.
Oh, okay.
After the 3rd one, I do not get that bonus anymore. There's a limit, obviously, but yeah, so I was looking through my stuff and I was like, I've done every class 3 times. There's some variant classes that they put in, like there's Druid, but then there's what is it? A Blightcaster Druid, which is a variant of a normal Druid, and that one actually gets its own separate reincarnations through the same system like Druid reincarnations have. It's confusing. It's not for you to worry about right now.
No, I like the lore and I like learning about it.
But what it means, well, it's me front loading too much stuff that's too far away from where you're at right now.
No, I'm actually fairly good at front loading, actually, unlike most people. But yeah.
So that's where I've just used a +20 heart to reset myself to level 1 again. Mm-hmm. Now it keeps my experience. I'm going from 1 to 20 now.
Yeah.
But as an alchemist instead of a sorcerer, and then I'm going to kill myself as an alchemist and actually it's making a fresh character, so fresh start at that point. And then, as that fresh character, I'm going to make an Eladrin Dragonlord fighter.
Ooh. So you're going heavy melee. Would you like me to go cleric for heals? Would that make your time better? Because I don't mind cleric.
Bard is heals.
Bard is heals. Okay, good. I didn't know if it was enough. I mean, in 11, it's not. You can't ride Bard heals. Maybe for a duo, but I don't know why you would really duo, really.
So
you would always be a 6-man party. You know?
So I'm very experienced at the game.
Yeah.
I have a very strong character.
I bet you're the best player.
No, I'm not. But I have a very strong character from a legacy of past lives.
Mm-hmm.
And Fighter actually has some self-heals now. They put in something called Second Wind, which is an ability tabletop they have too. But this one, it's like a flat-out, you get half your health back. And you can use it, I forget how many times.
Lay on hands, basically.
It's basically Fighter's got a lay on hands that is even more powerful in some ways. In some ways it's better, in some ways it's worse. It's very variable because of how the mechanics work. It's more than I want to get into right this second.
Can you see the dice rolls of the melee and stuff in the combat text and actually see the numbers?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be why I like the game, I can tell you right now.
Well, at this point, that's more like hokey legacy stuff that doesn't...
That's what I'm looking for. I like hokey legacy stuff, though.
So they've had to gamify DDO more and more as they go, and like progression going. Like, for example, they added melee power and ranged power, and what those do is each one is a 1% increase over the damage you would do
like
without any power.
Or not resilience, versatility. Yeah.
So every power you get is still a 1% increase to your damage.
Yeah.
But it's like the difference between having 600 melee power and 700 melee power is minimal, but it's still enough to make you want to get that 700 melee power. So they've added that system because obviously you aren't doing melee power in tabletop. It isn't as inflated to where you have to do that.
But I like that. I have no issue with that. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I'm just saying they've come up with their own
thing,
not tabletop systems to allow you to still have like a reasonable progression in this game because obviously you're playing to get stronger.
Yeah. The mobs. I remember the mobs being fairly, what's the word? Like ruthless. They're like kind of ruthless, you know. Like the harder you go, the higher you go. I remember stuff like we played in Legacy where a rogue was actually kind of necessary, I think.
Well, you do want a trapper.
Yeah, like a trapper.
Trapper.
Yeah.
So trapping is exclusive to rogues and and artificers.
I think that's what you played when
There
we
is a
duoed.
ranger variant though. So the ranger's got a variant called Dark Hunter.
Yeah.
And it's that one's less bow stuff, and or at least they lose the arcane archery, so like they can't do their magic archery shit, but they get a lot of like stealth, sneak attack kind of stuff.
What's your
Your
favorite
skill
class?
has increased.
Do you have one?
My favorite class is the best class, which if it's similar to how it was last time, it's sorcerer.
Sorcerer.
So when they run the PTR, they don't have target dummies in this game. There's no way to like
There's
sim
no
your
target
damage
dummies.
numbers.
That's interesting.
Really, there are no target. There's no way to sim your damage in this game.
And there's no way to count the damage. There's no
Games
meters,
don't
right?
want this to be the kind of game where it's competitive. Like they actually ban the use of damage meters, and if you
I hate damage meters.
if you do get like a third-party program application that like reads your combat log to generate a damage meter, they'll let you use it. But if you start posting in chat about who does shit damage,
They'll ban you.
you'll get temp banned.
Temp banned. Yeah.
You'll get warnings and temp bans and shit if you start like making fun of people and then listing their damage. Yeah, so that doesn't happen. Like in Discord, some like European players probably are going to have these damage meters, which the problem is the game's obscure enough now that the people that have the technical skills and desire to make damage meters aren't really around anymore. So I don't even know a working damage meter.
See, in 11, we have a really active fucking modder scene, and they did so good with it. Like, they have tripled the fucking graphical value of the game. And I wish they would do this with WoW Classic. I wish they would do this with Lotro. You can make these old games look so good if the modders are allowed to just go. They're just, nobody stopped them. They're seen strong. It's called Topaz, and they're killing shit. They're big up with those people who do, what's that website that you download all the mods off of? It's GitHub, right? GitHub and Topaz kind of came up at the same time. They're almost the same crew, I think. It's interesting. Like GitHub, I think one of the reasons GitHub exists is because of modded private servers in all of these games, WoW and all that, Elysium. What's the other WoW private server that died? I forget the name of it. But what was I going to say? Oh, can you hear me right now, Baegon? Oh, you can't hear me, can you? God damn it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, because I can't remember if I set up 11 with administrator or not. God damn it.
Although I got a shit, so I'm gonna be right back.
All right. Is this download done? No. I need to hearth my character, I guess. Yeah. I'm done with this session. Go back in and play hardcore for just a minute. Can I log out? Oh, I can just log out and make a new one. I want to make one. My account. No. I don't have an account here. Sign up. There. Oh, here we go. I got it. I got it. Yeah. No, I'm in. I got it. Sweet. I don't have account problems. Excuse me. Bot.
Your skill has increased.
Okay, I'm logging on this character through Arthur Beck.
And I had a nice breakfast this morning, but I feel like my gut hates me right now.
I do not have account issues. Once this is done downloading, we're good to go. I'll create character. I'm
Okay,
logged in and all that stuff.
So I realized I was a little bit mistaken on my TR path. I actually need to do 9 lives.
9 lives.
Yep. To get 12 different feats. 3 of them, the most... So the ones I have to get first and foremost are the racial feats, because... So there's 2 different completionist... Wait, are there 2? No, there's 3. There's 3 different completionist feats. One of them is a class completionist feat. You only need 1 of each class, and that's each base class. Like, you don't need the ranger and the special variant ranger, you just need 1 of them. Well, you need, I think, the base ranger, actually. But, so if you have 1 life of each class, then you have heroic completionist. You get extra stat. You literally just get, like, flat 2 stats and plus 2 bonus to all skills, and you get, like, I think... You might get some extra enhancement points, but anyway, you get really nice bonuses, like really, really fucking powerful stuff.
Yeah.
Well, there's also a racial completionist, where you have to have every race. You can literally reincarnate as a race. Like you do a dwarf racial reincarnation, you get a bonus for being a dwarf instead of your class bonus you otherwise would have made.
That's cool. They kind of cross it over a bit. That's awesome.
Well, they keep making you have to level up, is what they do.
Well, yeah, I mean, hey, that's a reason that that's what hardcore's been doing for me. It gives me a reason,
They definitely give you a reason. So the problem with racial though is it's not 1 time, it's 3 times you get a racial completionist. Right. So the first time gives you, for any race you pick, because all the races have their own different line of bonuses. The first time you get a +1 to one of your skills, which is the most minor thing in the world. You literally just get a +1 to skill. The second time you get a +1 to a stat. So like elf will give +1 to dexterity, dwarf will give +1 to con, and constitution. I mean, and these are permanent bonuses that you even have at level
special.
1.
Yeah.
So at level 35, it doesn't matter as much, although it is still good. But at level 1, when you're starting over fresh, it's like, holy fuck, this is huge. So
yeah.
You have to understand the difference in like power scaling on those 2. The third time you do it though, you get an extra. So enhancement points, they're like different trees you spend your different skill points into.
Yeah.
And there's 3 different kinds of these points. There's...
Ooh, I'm in.
Okay, like there's enhancement points for your class trees. There's racial points for your racial tree, because each race has its own different skill tree too. And then there's epic points later too. But for your 3rd level, you get an extra racial enhancement point. So you literally get extra points to put in your trees. So, but if you have 3 of every single racial life, then you get a racial completionist, which is another +2 stats and +2 skills, which basically means +3 skills, because stats give skills too. Essentially, it's broken as fuck, and you have to get it. And I need to get my 3 racial lives out of Eladrin really fast.
Yeah, I'll help you grind in any way I can be, as much as I can be there,
Well, so what I was actually thinking was I was going to do Dragon Lord, because it sounds neat and all that stuff. But if you ask me what is the quickest, easiest class, or race, I mean, no class to just blow through the game and level up with,
Yeah.
it's sorcerer. It's
Okay.
100% sorcerer.
Alright.
So I think I might actually make it an Eladrin sorcerer to play instead of a fighter, is what I was thinking. Or I could still do fighter, so I actually need you to heal me.
See, I'm looking for mindless, and if Bard gives you the buff passively, that's mindless, right? And then I can just fight your target, right? That's the game plan I'm looking for. Artificer.
Well, Bard can be a spellcaster that just throws damaging spells at shit too.
No, I want to melee because I remember really liking the melee in DDO. Actually, I'm into melee right now. I'm playing rogues and all that.
I was gonna say, like, you could be an artificer because they also have heals, but they have trap skills.
No, I don't want to trap it. I despise traps. I hate traps.
Then yeah, just stick with Bard because I'm still gonna need heals even if
yeah.
As a sorcerer, you don't get any actual healing until level 20.
Yeah.
So I still need heals. I'll usually just bring a hireling, one of the AI followers.
So are melee clerics no good? Because I could also go melee cleric too. I don't know if that's more damage.
You'd be better off being a favored soul if that was your goal. Favored soul. So favored soul is to cleric like sorcerer is to wizard.
Yeah.
Like they don't get as many spells, but they get a lot more of the spells they do get, and they're also more damage oriented. Whereas clerics are more like.
Do they do more damage than Bard?
Well,
do you think?
If you're doing spell damage, then
no, I'm talking about melee. Only melee.
Bard actually might be higher if you were Stormsinger Bard, but if you're doing weapon damage, it's favored soul for sure. So favored soul gets a bonus where you either pick wisdom or charisma, but instead of using strength for your damage, you use wisdom or charisma. So you can literally put your stuff into caster stats.
Oh, good. Okay.
You'll have your weapon damage.
Oh, good.
And it lets you do that with any weapon that is a religious weapon for you.
Okay.
So, like, you'll pick which faith you are, and you'll be tied to certain things. But there's ways to get. Oh, Thalanis.
Thalanis. Looking for Thalanis. Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just an important question.
That's fine. So, if your faith weapons, though, there's a lot of different faith weapons. Some of them are just for picking your religion when you make your character, and some of them you can get from trees. Like, you don't get crossbows as a faith weapon unless if you go into the inquisitive tree, and then at like level 6 you can start getting crossbows as a faith weapon. So you could actually be a favored soul with caster stats that uses crossbows like a ranged character. One that can be
Hold on, they're blasting me with the music on the intro.
I know it starts off loud.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to like skip it because they're not allowing me to balance it. There we go. Sorry. I'll watch it later on YouTube, but yeah, I can't balance the sound, and that affects the stream. What? Oh, firewall. You're blasting. Options. Where's the sound? Audio. Oh, the master. There, I got it. Okay. Sorry, buddy. Now I can hear what you were saying. It's like getting ear raped. I swear to God. Now, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can hear you.
I was just checking because some games, old games, you can't. You sometimes have to do admin, So I'm just checking. Because yeah, this is an old game. Graphics. Let's see. Graphics 1024. No. Wow, this game goes all the way to 4K. Should I go to 4K? No.
If you can.
No, I'm gonna go to 2K. It'll stretch the print too small.
Yeah, not a fan of how Eladrin look.
Oh, yeah, my title. I think I got it. Oh no, I didn't get YouTube, but I'm almost done with the title too. Hold on. DDO. I wonder is DDO enough information, or do I need to type it out?
Is it enough information for what?
Like my stream.
Oh yeah, just DDO.
Like people know what DDO is, right? I think.
I mean,
kids
it's a little more
know.
obscure, but people know what it is, sure.
Or you think kids know what DDO is? I don't know.
If they're Zoomers, probably not. No, because this game came out in like 2003 or something. This came out at the same time original WoW did, essentially.
Yeah. Dungeons and Dragons.
It was just
Let's
about.
see what their viewership is. DDO's pulling. It's not letting me type. There. You are not letting me type, and it's driving me crazy. Dungeons and Dragons. $91 viewers. Took me a while. There were so many Dungeons and Dragons games that it took me a while to find it. That's good though. Okay, so window resolution. You won't change it. Oh, because I'm not in windowed. There we go. There we go. There we go. That seems odd. You won't stretch? No. Full screen windowed is not good. We'll have to do windowed and make it 1920 by 1080. Yes, 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 yes. 16, 1920 by 1080. You will not change this resolution for some reason. What's your deal? I don't know. Make it big though. Windowed resolution. Oh, aspect ratio is auto, but no, I want 16:9. And you will not change the windowed resolution, which is a big turn off for me. My TV does not like this game.
You turn on a TV and not a monitor?
I play on a 120-inch television, yeah. For, 4K, but I don't play in 4K. I do 2K. Hell, I can't get it to do full screen. Maybe oh wait, no, there we go. Now, how bad are you about it? Oh no, you wow, hey, the developer's competent. Hey, it's an actual nice exclusive full screen. Nice. It's good to see some competence in a really incompetent industry. Oh, good. I can do what I need to do. My TV does like this game. Never mind. And then I guess I'll put everything on Ultra since this game is 20 years old. And all the games I'm playing are 20 years old. Ooh, ultra high frail distance. Yum. Atmosphere detail, DX11 water high. Very high, trilinear, anisoptric. I'm going to bump it to 16. Lighting. Surface reflections, ultra high. We're going to make it as pretty as we can for the peoples. DX10 distant landscape lighting. No. And, blob shadows, stencil shadows. Dynamic shadows. Nice. They have definitely improved since I last saw them. Glow mapping. Sunlight. Bloom filter. Ooh, bloom filter. Blur filter quality. Nice. Ooh, yeah, nice. Yeah, that's a lot better than most. That's better than WoW. Shit. Texture cache size. That's better than WoW too. And then 120 hertz. Nice. Yep, that's beautiful. Sync with the refresh rate, triple buffering, and we are done with this. I think now I can fix the audio. Music's off now for some reason. I don't think master's gonna work. We're gonna have to probably jump that to like 25, I guess, and then yeah, EAX, yeah. Speakers. I can hear the sound. The music's just off now, I think. I want to hear good Dungeons and Dragons music, damn it. Maybe I should relog.
I think the music's a little bit hokey, personally.
Is it bad? Okay.
That's not... Well,
not bad,
so the
not bad, but...
In the newer areas, it's actually pretty good. In fact, you might even like. There's literally a raid where the whole thing is just a singing battle between a dryad and a satyr. Like they're literally just playing their songs at each other.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool. And I fucks with it. DDO store. Do I need to become a VIP? For 1 month, I'll have to do this on the other screen.
Yeah, I still recommend the 3 months just because of the better deal, but it's up to you.
I don't think I want to.
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, see ya. I don't think I want to commit to that much. I'll take it 3 months if I like it enough to play it. Yeah, can I see the benefits? What is it? XP boost, free dice rolls, DDO points, expanded adventures, build more options, more storage, more characters, move faster, test your skills, saga skip. I don't really need saga skip it. Okay, so show benefits comparison, VIP loyalty, first time sign up bonus, VIP loyalty rewards, unlock something special every month with our VIP loyalty rewards, get a variety of new perks, speak to an NPC. Is there VIP loyalty? Excuse me, an NPC named Violet Peregrine in the Ibran Hall of Heroes at the first of every month to claim your latest account reward. First time sign up bonus, 5 bonus shared account storage slots. Nice, but I don't know for VIP of many things. Okay, so 5 bonus shared account slots and now, DDO, FFXI Horizon, and EVE Online. Where did the EVE Online go? It's off. Oh, I need to change my YouTube title as well. There. Or no, I didn't go to the right one. There. Live streaming. We're going to change it. There we go. DDO, FFXI Horizon, and gaming is going to be Dungeons and Dragons. Online. There we go. Save, and now we have changed the title. Then, accept all DDO.com cookies, and yep, accept, yep. And then VIP loyalty rewards, close. Then yeah, redirect to the payment gateway so I can see. Yeah, and then we'll go take this. Oh no, this whole
okay,
thing.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You know, I before I signed up, I wondered if there's any friend bonus that you might gain. Is there? You know, recruit a friend or anything like that.
Check.
You know, just because free stuff, right?
Yeah, I don't know that it does, but I'm checking.
I don't know if it I guess I'm already signed up, so I don't know if it's too late now either.
It does not have a refer a friend.
Okay, no, just checking before I go.
Yeah, that's something that'd be nice if they had, but they just never have done it.
Gotta black my screen so I don't blast my credit card info here.
That would be a good idea. Yeah, I think that, like, if you enjoy the game, great. I guess after a month you'd know if you care enough to do the 3-month sub anyway. But to do via the hardcore servers, you have to be an active VIP, I'm pretty sure. That's actually one of the ways this game has drawn a lot of people into it, because obviously it's not too huge on the radar. It has a dedicated player base, but it's not like a super ultra high pop game. So when they've gone and done their their hardcore servers. That brings in a lot of outside players and a lot of first timers too, because they'll do hardcore, they realize they like it, and they want to go do the normal game.
Yep. I'm so addicted to hardcore, like all the forms of it that I'm doing.
Yeah, well, look at it this way. Hardcore is actually really hard in this game, like actually really hard. And if you like it and you're still playing by the time hardcore comes out, then you'll be prepared to play hardcore and not just immediately die every time you play.
Yep, that's what I'm. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this.
Because I can assure you, if I pulled you into hardcore, you'd just fucking get flattened. Even if you're like a stand in the back and cast heals on me kind of character, you will get fucked. Absolutely. One of their hardcore seasons, that every time they do hardcore, they do different stuff, and they try to catch you off guard and keep it fresh. They had one season where it was a Feywild themed one, and they would have these fucking Fey hounds that would just gank you in the middle of quests with almost no warning. Basically,
Really?
there'd be this musical. It wouldn't happen.
Oh,
until
they all
like,
do this though. Every game does this though. WoW does this. Yeah.
So it wouldn't happen until like 2 minutes into the quest, so it wouldn't be the second you stepped in, but it would happen pretty quick too. But you get this like musical note, and you'd hear this howl, like a wolf howling, and then somebody in the party would get a debuff for like 3 to 5 seconds that says you're about to get a fucking hound on you, and this hound would spawn with special like champion buffs on it, like variant buffs that make it potentially a lot more fucking hard to kill and dangerous. But basically, this super elite mob would just spawn on somebody and tear them a new asshole.
They're gonna.
So,
so good.
well, so what? Like one thing people do that was really cheesy is they make characters like you're about to make, where they make a bard that's just there to buff, and they would buff themselves with the bard and then just leave it at the entrance of the dungeon, and they just go off and do the dungeon because now they have bard buffs and they're happy and they're harder to kill.
Oh, wow! They aren't like distance. Different distance doesn't matter in the dungeon.
Well, you got two different kinds of buffs. You have the buff you actually cast on people with a song that you have to
Yeah.
manually play, and then you have an aura that's a really long range, but not the other side of the dungeon for sure. So they would get the manual buff because that's like the healing over time I was talking about. Well, that's the manual buff. You have to actually target someone with it. Does the heal over time.
I have to figure out how to tell it not to auto charge me again before I finish this process.
I can't remember if it even does auto charge.
It did, and it warned me it does. And I was like, man, I don't know. I'm gonna have to like log in now and tell it not to do that now. So, am I logged in?
Oh, then yeah, you should just be able to cancel your sub. You might have to go to Standing Stone Games account to do that.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm logged in right now, so hopefully. Oh no! Now my account might have to refresh it here. I do the subscription plan. Here we go. Cancel subscription. Oops. Yeah, I don't mind paying them. I just don't want them auto charging me ever. I can't stand it when they do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Like a year ago, they put in a VIP reward system. So like for the more months you're VIP, you start getting certain bonuses that are kind of neat. But
yeah,
VIP not only gives you access to everything that's not just an expansion. So there's a lot of non-expansion content. If you didn't have VIP, there's very little we can do after like level 4. But with VIP, you can do most things. You can't do expansion content, which sucks because there's a lot of really cool expansion content.
Right.
And there have been times where they've given all the older expansions away for like $1. Like
Really?
99, yeah, like 99 DDO points, which you earn in game from doing stuff. There's a lot of like first time on the server milestones that give you extra points, and then just for playing as well. It's all based on favor, like the reputation stuff you get for doing dungeons.
Choose your play style.
Basically, it was free because for 99 DDO points, you get that from just playing for a little bit, or it's $1 if you don't want to play and you still want to get the thing. But yeah, they have basically given away the expansions in the past.
Oh, the music's too loud. I'm gonna have to exit and go balance real quick. I don't know. I think the music's okay for like first time ever hearing it. I don't want any ambient sound. The DM is loud, probably too loud. I'm gonna drop it to like 75.
And keep in mind, you're going to be stuck on Korthos at first, and the first time on a server, you have to do the intro quest. You can't skip it. You can after you do it once, though.
Oh, so I need to do the intro before we can even begin? Okay.
You'll be on a beach, and there's this.
Yeah, I remember.
halfling
I remember it. Yeah. So I'm doing spellcaster of a bard. Is bard consists? Oh no, bard is specialist, right?
Bard's a specialist.
Yeah. There are they. I was like, where in this list is bard? Okay, here we go. Bard, female bard, storm singer. I have to unlock storm singer. I have to unlock storm singer, but
so storm singer loses the duelist tree, and they gain what's basically like a sorcerer kind of damage tree for spells. It's
I'm not
really
really
neat.
too interested.
Well, it's a lot better than base bard, but it doesn't matter because you're not going to be using that tree really.
So spell singer was the one with the heals, right? And then there's virtuoso and war chanter, and I'm going spell singer, right? I think.
Oh, do custom build. Don't do the pre-build stuff.
Do customize. Okay.
Yeah, pre-builds are literally awful.
Yeah, I bet they are. So do you care what my race is? Do you have a like a preference or a suggestion?
I don't think there's. I'm trying to
I don't
search my
care,
screen here in case
frankly.
I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any races that matter. Yeah. It's really which races might help you a little bit, but you probably because
for bard
points in races.
No, so
I think you're better off going like human.
Human, okay. All right, I'll go human bard.
Either human or dwarf.
I don't know. I don't usually ever go. Well, I do like human though. Yeah, you will lose.
You could always go furry.
Half orc, half elf, halfling.
They have Khajiits. You can play a Khajiit in this game.
Yeah, what's the name of the Khajiit? Tabaxi?
Tabaxi, yeah.
Tabaxi. Yeah,
that is
this
a
fits
premium
the
race
theme.
You'd have to buy, though.
Oh, yeah. Like, well, how much? Let's see.
It's probably like $10 worth of points.
Oh, yeah. No, never mind then.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth it for you as a brand new character stepping in.
What about Halfling? Is Halfling okay?
Halfling's kind of bad for what you're doing. If you like Halfling, like any of those races that you can play right now, if you like them, go for it.
Yeah.
But I would say Dwarf is one of the better ones because of the HP. You're not going to need that much charisma. Dwarves get a negative charisma.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing fighting. So, yeah, the Dwarf actually is okay. Yeah, we'll do Dwarf.
Yeah, the extra health and, like, extra saves against magic and poison, that can be handy.
So, what's the predominant... what's the predominant points on a bard? I can't remember. It's Dex, isn't it?
No, it's charisma.
Charisma, I'm sorry. So
the problem is if you're going to be a whacker, you need to have some amount of strength.
I do. So how much? Like 8?
No, 8 is garbage strength. 8 is I don't have strength.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, but how much can we get away with? Like what do we want?
If you
like
could do
10?
like 14 of each.
14 of each. Okay, 14
strength, 14 con, 14 charisma.
14 strength, 14 con, 14 charisma.
Yeah, because you're going to be a 28-point build as a starter guy, so you're not going to have a whole lot of points.
I'm gonna reset because I kind of messed with their default here. Okay, so then 14 strength, 14 con because I want to do some melee, and then charisma to 14. That leaves me 8 points.
Okay, so 14 strength, 14 con, 14 charisma.
And then the other ones are sitting at 8 right now. Dex, Int, and Wiz.
And how many points do you have again?
8 left. So we could fit like 2 or 3 in each if you want, or.
I'd say 2 more into strength and then 2 more into int.
2 more into int, so 10. Okay, int to 10.
Yeah.
And then that leaves me.
Int gives you more skill points.
And then 2 points to work with.
Wait, so you have 16 strength?
16 strength, 14 con, 8 dex.
Oh, put him into con. I forgot dwarves are extra con, so you actually probably want to have 16 con.
16 con, okay.
I guess it's only 1 point you can bump in there, but yeah, just dump it there.
All right, I think that's good. And then assign your skill points.
Yep. So you're
heal.
You're
no,
want...
no, not at all.
No, you want heal.
Oh, I
you
do.
definitely want it. Yeah. So the healing skill actually gives you healing spell power.
Oh, good. I was surprised. I thought it might have been the bandage or outside the clickies or whatever. But okay. Heal. So the bard's class includes balance, bluff, con, dip, haggle. So then, yeah, I have 24 points to spend. Do you have a preference where? For melee...
Oh, it's always 4 points into whatever you're doing.
Healing, 4 points into heal, right?
Yeah, into heal, into jump, and into concentration are probably the three most important.
Heal, jump, and concentration. So I put 4 points into. Oh no, 2 points into heal. Jump is 2 point. I'm sorry, you said 2 points. Okay, 2 points into jump. And then what was the other one? Concentration.
Yep, concentration is when you're hit by an attack while you're mid-cast. It can stop you from losing your cast because you can literally get interrupted out of your casts.
So that leaves 16 points. Should I just max those 3?
Yeah, I told you max them out. You have a limit on how many you can get.
You do. I see. I'm sorry. I see how it works now. It took me a minute to understand it. So I still have 12 points after those 3, and they're maxed. The rest of it, I suppose. Don't really know what I value. Does swimming matter?
No, swimming doesn't. Well, there's like a small number of quests where it even has an effect. Okay. So no, don't get swimming.
They suggest balance, which allows you to recover your balance if I'm meleeing.
Balance is okay to get. It's pretty obscure. It's unlikely to. You'll use it sometimes. Usually, things that are gonna make you lose balance are gonna make you lose balance, and it doesn't matter if you have balance.
Oh, right. It's actually a check against being knocked down. Okay.
Yeah, like if a wolf comes up and tries to trip you, well, it's gonna check your balance to see if you get tripped. But like I said, I've found usually the things that make you trip are gonna make you trip. It doesn't matter if you have balance.
Yeah. So I don't know what else in this list even fits my play. What about use magic device, I guess, for clickies? I don't know. Nothing else here looks like it benefits me almost at all.
Yeah, use magic device for clickies would be a solid option.
Okay. Well, I maxed that one. I still have 6 points left. I don't know. Perform? Oh, yeah, I do want perform. Oh, yeah. Well, no, I don't do sonic spell power stuff, do I? I don't think so.
Bards do sonic spell power. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, do they? Okay, I don't know. I don't know. It's been so long.
The bards are literally the class that has sonic spell power.
Yeah, you played the bard when we did BG3. It's been a while since I've done D&D bard. I don't remember.
Well, this game's bards are very different from Baldur's Gate 3 bards. This game, bards can literally use its sonic and electric, but they can use them just like a sorcerer uses spells.
So yeah, okay, so then that was the obvious one that I was missing, and then I don't know, maybe tumble.
Tumble is not a skill that it does reduce fall damage a little bit, but you also get the feather fall spell.
While tumbling, your dodge is increased by 95%, which is kind of cool. No, I'm used to roll dodging, you know.
That you're not really going to use that, and if you get slowed by an effect, it stops you from being able to tumble. So you can't rely on tumble. If you have maxed out, or not maxed out, if you have 40 or higher tumble, then it's actually useful because you literally have different rolling animations depending on your skill level. And at level 40 plus tumble, you actually do like a fucking jumping barrel roll.
Cool.
And that's a little bit useful, but otherwise, no.
No. Well, I don't know. If there's nothing else here, I've got 2 points left. I'm just going to dump them as something. Unless you have a preference. Diplomacy?
Your skills really don't matter.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So just passively, and because I'm a charisma class, I'm going to have all the social skills. You're not going to need to do them at all.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yes, that's thank you for carrying me. I'll carry you on any game you ever want to play or whatever.
Yeah, like I'm playing a sorcerer. They get high social skills, and I'm a super TR.
Please, I don't want to do thinking. I just want to be the cameraman that follows you around like a fucking peon. Honestly.
Yeah, that's fine.
I hate that. I hate them. I kind of regress to that, but I'm not maining this game, so I want you to show it to me. It's selfish, but it's true. Should I take two-handed fighting? Because I like two-handed fighting.
Oh, for a very first feat?
Yeah.
If you're going to use a two-hander, then yes, take two-handed fighting. You really won't be useful with a two-hander without it.
Okay. Well, there's other stuff here that's good, like the Empower spell.
Well, that's one... Wait,
or Empower healing spell, excuse me.
So that's one reason why human is a nice race, is because you get 2 feats at level 1. And you can get another... Like, you could get that one, and you could take... Well, there's a lot of feats, but like maximize, or you could take quicken or empower. I don't know if bards get empower.
What's quicken? Oh, quicken spell. Yeah, quicken spell. Huh?
Quicken makes your spell cast super fast, and it cannot be interrupted. So Now, if it mid-cast you get tripped, that's different. That will still stop your cast, but you don't get like the check for you got hit for damage. Now see if you even cast anymore. You don't get that anymore.
I could take a proficiency feat, but I don't think that's good. I don't know. A stunning blow might be good.
No.
No.
Not for no. Power attack. Oh, if you get if you
what
had
about toughness? Wouldn't toughness be maybe best?
No. Garbage. It used to be good, but this game has progressed past toughness being good.
Okay.
No, so that's why one reason why I said human, because they get a bonus feat, and
you want me to go back and change race again?
You honestly probably should.
All right, I'm going back.
If you're so, because normally I would say like don't really even bother with melee because I'm gonna blow stuff up past like level 3. Level 5 I'm gonna really go nuclear on the game. Until
really?
level
Okay.
5 I won't go too crazy, but level 5 the game's fucking over. It's just follow me while I throw fireballs basically.
Okay, so then maybe melee isn't the best thing to choose then? I don't know.
It's up to you, but yeah, a spellcaster that uses sonic damage, I'm telling you, would be more effective.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take it. I don't mind that. I'm used to that in 11, so sure.
Yeah. That's where the Storm Singer Bard would be much better.
But I don't want to buy it though because it's like $10.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
If you decide you like the game, $10
I'll
is
buy
nothing
it
to drop
then.
for that.
Yeah,
but yeah, right now don't worry about it. Just be a regular.
I gotta remember if I like this game. 14 con. And charisma. I don't mind supporting them blindly, but I do need to know if I like the game before I'll pay them more.
Oh yeah. Well, I just spent $150 to even come back to the game because I just no, I spent more than that. Before taxes, it was $150. Well, because I wanted to get the latest expansion, and you have to get the biggest version of it that they sell, which is like 130 base.
Oh wow, you have to. Jeez.
Well, no, you get a lot of cool stuff.
Oh
like
you mean like you're like impelled to? Yeah.
Well, they only give you one combat bonus, but they give it to all your characters you ever make on your account if you get the good pack. Otherwise, you have to go spend like $20 worth of coins to get the thing. In this case, it's a +3 racial enhancement tome. So like you get, I'm not sure if it's 1 or 3 points actually, because sometimes they stack weird. But you get extra racial enhancement points for building your character for getting the highest bonus. Otherwise, you have to spend like $20 to buy the tome. But you also get, you get a teleport that you always have on all your characters that takes you directly to the latest expansion. So you don't have to you don't even have to know how to get there. You just click this thing and you go there. Okay. So you get like a high level hireling too, which is really neat.
So I have 28 points to spend on human, and we're changing this up from melee to spellcaster. What's the stats on spellcaster bard? Is it int?
No, it's still charisma.
It's still charisma. Okay, so charisma max, right? I just max.
Yep.
Basically.
Yep. Charisma well, if you want to be like min maxy and just not care about all the random weird shit, then just strengthen or charisma and con only put points there and just move on.
Charisma and con is what I would like to do, and then I have 2 points left for what int, I guess. Yeah. And then
int's good just for more skills.
Okay, and then what did we do? We did heal skill maxed, and then concentration maxed, and then what else was it? It was
heal and concentration are the two that matter.
Yeah, and then use magic device, and then what was the other one? Oh, jump. Right, jump. Yeah, there we go. Jumps maxed, and then I don't know, diplomacy. I have a lot of points left. This is dumb. I don't know. I'm gonna pick it. Do diplomacy and oh no, perform is the one that I'm missing, huh? Perform was the big one that I missed. There we go. Perform. Four points left. Damn it. Balance. And then so here's where I pick my feats, which I guess I do single weapon fighting and...
No, if you're a caster...
Oh,
so
right, I'm a caster, duh. Yeah.
You're going to want Maximize and Quicken meta magic.
Maximize and Quicken. Quicken spell and Maximize... I don't see Maximize on this list.
Scroll down until you find the meta magics. Then
Maximize, right, to quick. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. There it is. So, okay, first, do you have to drag this? Oh, you do. You have to drag a feat. Human bonus feat is Quicken Spell. Okay. Maximize and Quicken, and feats you already have. Okay, cool. I have Arcane Lore, Bardic Ballad, Dismiss Charm. Ooh, cool. Dismiss Charm, and Fascinate. It's like Mez. Yeah, I think that's good. And then pick your spells. Do you care which one I do first?
So, Expeditious Retreat and Sonic Blast would be two good ones to start with.
Okay, I don't. Oh yes, I do. I have Expeditious and Sonic Blast, but I only get one. So, do you care which one? Sonic Blast is probably better, right, for damage.
Oh, you only get one feat.
One spell.
Or yeah, one spell. You know what? This is a really tough call because if you don't have Expeditious, you're going to be slow as shit, and
Yeah,
you're not
I
going to be able
know.
to catch up.
I know.
So
That's why I was like,
just take Expeditious. It'll be really
Yeah.
quick to get you level 2.
all right, okay. Okay, straight dex con, race, balance con, da da da. It's asking me on a summary if I'm good. Did I customize this human in terms of like how they look? Oh no, here we go. That's the last one. There we go. I was like, did I miss it or not? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna do hairstyle. Okay, we have what? How many hairstyles? Oh, geez. 33 hairstyles. Okay. I'm gonna go ditzy blonde today. So her hair stands out. Or no, I don't know. They have some cool colors. We'll do bright red. And then I believe that's all I really care about, frankly. Oh, she's black, though. No, I don't believe a...
You said that like it was such a problem.
Well, because it's the default color, which seems kind of odd, you know?
No, they random gen your character.
They random gen me black, and I'm like, well, that's cool. I have black characters. My Fallout 76 custom character is a black girl.
You don't need to give me the litany of defenses. I don't give a shit.
I know you don't care. I'm just saying it's weird that the RNG popped her to black because it's just like, you know... it was a surprise because I was looking at the back of her head because I was doing her hair, right? So when I turned her around, I was like, oh, she's African. And I had no clue because I couldn't...
Well, when my character first rolled randomly on appearance, it looked like a femboy with mocha skin.
Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing to me with this fugly elf. Or whatever she is. She's a human, I guess. Yeah, she's a fugly human. I would date her, I guess. But why can't it be like, oh man, she's so hot? So anyway, lips. Oh yeah, they have a lot. They seem to really care about her lip size for some reason. Wow, yeah, she's got some Arwen lips going on. All right, exit character. Oh, yep. So how does the name and the surname work? Are you allowed to? Is it like a space in between them?
It'll be like after your name is listed. The surname is only something people visually see, though. You'll never, like when you're chatting with someone, it'll always be your main name that's used.
Okay, so if I do skycat.live for the name, is that all I need to do, or do I need a surname?
Yeah, the surname is more of a roleplay thing.
Okay, I don't know. I was like, are you forced to do it? Is what I'm asking. Ooh, I can be chaotic neutral. Very good. Create.
So
ooh, she's got some big old honkers.
There's a small number of roleplay things where alignment matters. It's mostly lower level stuff.
Yeah.
What I recommend, though, is don't be good aligned, because there's a lot of skeleton archers in the game that have evil arrows that only do extra damage if you're good aligned. If you're not good aligned, they just hit you for arrow. But if you're good aligned, they hit you for basically 3 times what arrow does, but is extra evil damage.
Well, that's just ludicrous and silly.
They also have special
I like the RP,
weapons.
though. I like the arrows. The arrows themselves are really cool. Yeah. Okay, so how do I add you to friends? Let's see. Option. No, those aren't options. Where's
you find yourself waking on a shore
at?
of flotsam. Memories of a large white dragon.
Yeah, it's too bad you don't have Fey Dark Illusionist unlocked. It's a special tree, enhancement tree that every class gets, and it lets you use your charisma for attack and damage, so you could actually still use weapons if you had Fey Dark Illusionist.
That's okay. I don't mind Sonic Blast. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, you'll survive.
Oh, I have to cast the quicken spell. Oh yeah.
No, so
oh no, it's a passive.
Are you in the game yet?
I'm in the game, yeah.
Okay, so what you do is you drag your spell onto your hotbar.
Yeah.
Now you'll want to customize your hotbars, like get multiple of them and drag them around your screen and stuff.
Okay.
I can even take a screenshot just to like let you see what my screen looks like.
Oh, I have an idea of what I need to do here. I just don't know where it is. So where do I find the option to add extra bars? UI settings, right? And then, oh, yeah, floating text size, I see for their names.
Can you talk?
Yeah, I'll have to
Speak
do
to me.
all of this stuff, yeah.
There's a link of what my UI looks like. Just
oh, yes,
some
thank you.
idea of what an established player likes.
Very
My UI is
helpful.
not what everyone else has.
Nope, I know. But still, it's, good.
Keep in mind,
did you do this in Steam?
No, it actually saves. You can save your thing. Hold on, I'll show you the link.
Speak to me.
Oh, you can. Oh, you can give me your UI. Is what you're saying?
So the first command, you can literally save your UI to your computer.
Cool.
And it'll work for both Steam and standalone versions of DDO.
Can you give me your UI?
I don't. There probably is a way.
Yeah, there's probably a way. We don't have to fuck with that right now. I'll just do it my own. That's all right. But
hold on, I'll find it for you.
I'm not seeing where to add other what do they call this bars?
Can you talk?
Oh, I
Speak
see
to me.
a number that I can switch between, and I can pop it out. Oh, I see how you do it. Okay. So yeah, 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bar, 4 bar. Oh, there's 20 bars. Okay. This is the 1 bar. Oh, I see the number now. 1 bar, 2 bar. I'll do 4 bars for now. I think 3.
Can you talk? Speak to me.
I can talk, but I won't speak to you yet. I'm going to mute you. Master's down for a minute while I do all this UI stuff. Okay, 4 bar, 1 bar.
All right, I just sent you what you need in Discord.
Oh yeah, okay.
So the first thing you'll have to do is pop those UI bars out because they don't show up otherwise. So on your main UI bar, there's that like arrow pointing up and to the right.
Yeah.
And that will pop whatever bar it is you have out.
Yes, and I was seeing that. I'm doing that. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a total of 20 UI bars that you can normally scroll through on the right side. So you're gonna want to hit the arrow bar and make it go to number 2, for example. Hit the
I've laid out 4 perfectly here. Okay,
so you want to have 12. If you're gonna use my layout, you want 12 of these bars. So you'll want your main bar, and then you'll want a total of 12 of them, and then numbers 9 through 12 you want to flip. There's a little like flip icon you need to click that'll change the orientation.
Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna lay out 12 bars here. 1, 2. No, I'm having trouble getting back to 3. Oh, because 3's up. Oh, there we go. Oops. Well, wait. If I take your layout, will it just auto do all that for me?
It's probably like a WoW add-on where you have to make the folder first. So
okay.
Now you have to pop out your UI bars, and you need to orient them first. So like I said, 12 UI bars. Numbers 9 through 12 need to be flipped so they are vertical, not horizontal. Once you've done that, everything else should work, I think.
Okay, so then I am laying out 3 and 4. Pop. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, good, I got them all really fast. You said 12. Oops, wait, no, go back. There we go. 12 bars. This is the 14th bar, and it needs to stay there. And then, okay, I have 12 bars out, and then 9 through 12, 10, 11, 12. 9 through 12 need to be vertical. 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then I'm going to bring 13 back because that was a superfluous bar. And I'm now through Number 9, 10, 11, 12 are vertical, and 1 through 8 are horizontal. So then what do I do? Just copy the...
Well, so first, use that UI layout save 1 command, but change 1 to like 2 and type it, because that'll create the folders.
Oh,
so you can
I see.
find them.
In the client, I'm sorry. Okay, so in the client, I type UI layout save 1. Okay.
Yeah, /UI space layout space save, and then type 2 instead of 1. Just the name's different.
Okay, so UI layout save 2, and then execute. Okay, and then it's saved.
All right, so now go to that DDO wiki link that I gave you, because that'll give you the file path. And this DDO wiki site's where I always bring my information up if you're ever like trying to look for shit. It's highly recommended.
Okay. And then the file path, which is on Windows 10, save layout files is C users, documents. Oh yeah, it's in the documents folder. Okay. Go into the documents folder. Yeah, that's how 76 is. Documents, and I mod the hell out of my pref file for 76. I even remove all shadows so you get like 30 extra frames. C users, documents, Dungeons and Dragons online, probably in my games, right? No, not in my games. DDO, there it is, and then UI layouts. Okay, and then so I take your file and I drag it.
Yeah, if you go navigate to the UI layout folder, put my file in there, and then you should be able to do the UI /layout /load space 1, and that'll copy my UI onto your DDO, like actually bring it on the screen. I mean.
Oh, that's a link. When I drag the file to my Explorer, it leaves a website link. So I will need to download this, I guess. Yeah, oh, there it is. I see. And then now it's in my folder. Okay. And then we will take this and take it over as one.layout. No, that was a shortcut. Okay. Then now I should do I need to restart the client, do you think? Or is it probably
Didn't need to.
Okay.
Just try the command first.
Okay, and then what was the command again? Like I gotta pull the Discord.
It's in Discord.
Yeah. UI layout load 1. Okay.
Yep, because I named the layout 1, so that'll load 1.
Yes, it did it perfectly. Oh wait, no. I have one bar that's out of place, and the UI itself is actually kind of big. I would like to reduce it. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm more giving you a starting point. You'll want to fuck with it.
I see. Yeah, so I'll go through all these settings as fast as I can.
That's fine. I'm not ready yet either. I'm literally like fucking around getting my stuff ready so I can actually murder when we start.
How do I add you to social? Do I have to finish the tutorial, you think?
If you're logged in, you said your name skycat.live?
Yeah, it's just skycat.live. It's a new account. Is it a / command?
If you hit O, that's your social window. You can do like grouping and guild and stuff.
Your Deckard. Okay. Add friend. What's up, Deckard Kane? Okay, so then I will do this UI. Is there an overall UI size? Let's see if it's in the graphics. Colors, brightness, and gamma.
I think the UI icons actually have a set size, and yeah, because if I play with a small screen, it's all scrunched up.
Okay. Yeah,
I might be wrong there, but I think that is actually how it works. Is like the UI bars are going to be the same size no matter what.
You added me?
Yeah.
Here, I'll send you a tell. Sorry.
I should probably invite you to party.
Okay.
Oh, I can't. Okay, so it's only the starting zone that you're in, but there's this thing called sunny side and snowy side. So you're in a scenario where this frost dragon has been mind controlled by an illithid, and it's trying to destroy the island and kill everybody in it. Once you go through and do the quest where you free the dragon and kill the mind flayer and all that shit, then the dragon fucks off and you can go to Stormwind. You can go to the starting town, like the actual city, Stormwind. As soon as you finish the tutorial, you'll be in Korthos village, the village in the island that you're on. If you leave Korthos, like go to the dock and talk to this NPC and tell her like 3 times that yes, I would like to leave, then she'll take you to Stormwind, and when you go back to Korthos, it'll be it'll be Sunnyside, which is like the no more dragon is here. Basically, you skip the story. Okay. So once you finish the tutorial, you have to leave the island and then come back. Once you have left Korthos the first time, then you're in the same like world as everyone else. Right now, you're literally in like an instance version of the world where I can't even invite you to party.
Okay. So I should just finish the tutorial?
Yep. As you're going, that spell you picked up, Sonic Blast, it doesn't do a whole ton, but you're going to want to basically just spam that. For the tutorial quest, they make you immortal. You can't die. And you have AI allies that just run around and beat stuff for you. If you're really bad at the game or something, they literally can just do the level for you.
Okay.
And yes, it's very cheesy and campy. That is old content from when the game first came out. The older content is obviously not as interesting in a lot of ways, although some of it's actually really noteworthy. But the early stuff is like, let's go to the sewers and kill kobolds. Oh, there's a skeleton. It's boring shit at first. I can assure you the game gets a lot cooler and more interesting as you go. But yeah,
no, I always liked this game. I don't mind old. I'm a retro gamer kind of. I'm mid-40s, you know. Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but fighting kobolds and slimes in the sewers never gets fun.
I actually like that kind of stuff, especially in hardcore, the more basic stuff. In Rust, we call it prim, and we even have a negatory word for it, like an insult called prim locked. But I mean, I'm prim locked. I like prim. I like bows and arrows and swords and stuff as opposed to guns and all that stuff. I'm trying to figure out... Oh, here we go. Strafing. There we go. I need to fix strafe.
Yeah, like I like to bind R to my auto run.
Yeah, me too. Like, wow. Yeah, I'm trying to get all that stuff. And then
yeah,
I want my...
You got a few minutes, and then even when we're starting, I can go do the quest while you just kind of figure out your UI still.
The UI is ready, I think. And then, oh yeah, left click is swing. I'm gonna turn the master up now so I can hear her swing. Yeah, there we go.
Can you talk?
Oh,
speak to me.
The audio is too loud, or the voice is too loud. Sentient weapons. So his voice must be DM narration, I guess. Let's see. I didn't see the intro video, which is quite sad, but I'll watch it tonight on stream when you go to bed.
If what the Halfling said was true, no one but you made it to the island alive.
Come on!
It may be worth following this rogue.
Follow me.
For now.
Master's still too This is too fucking loud. There we go.
Follow me.
Sound. Combat sounds fucking loud, but the Master's at least.
Here we are. So you want a weapon or not?
To loot something, do you have to click it?
There's number keys. You can set up keybinds too if you want to have like side buttons on your mouse or something.
No, and I just wondered, like, because I walked over the coins and I thought I looted them, but I didn't know if I clicked them or what.
Oh, okay. So Q tabs through targets. So
Q.
usually it's QE. So E is interact.
Okay.
So like if you have the coins selected and you hit E, that'll pick them up.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to get used to that, like for levers and stuff. Because let's say if you're looking at a lever, if the lever's in front of you and you click with your mouse, you'll interact with the lever. But if there's an enemy between you and the lever, or like there's an enemy like in front of you somewhere, instead of using the lever, it'll start trying to make you swing. So the workaround is to use Q to target and then E to interact. That way you can still like interact with, say, a lever when there's monsters around you.
Q to
there's
target, okay.
It's one of those like